Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
First call, single source class 10. First call, single source class 10.
Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Washington County Fair Swine Show. Now entering the ring is your first class of single source swine. Our judge for this morning is Brady McNeil. He is a multiplication business lead for DNA Genetics. Okay, we'll try introducing our judge again. Our judge this morning is Brady McNeil. He is a multiplication business lead for DNA Genetics. In that role, he works with producers across North America. He is a graduate of Iowa State and helped coach the livestock and meat animal evaluation teams. His wife, Katie, and him reside in Columbus, Nebraska. Let's give him a warm Washington County welcome.
Before Brady talks this first class of the single source, let's describe what the single source is. Single source is exactly what it means or says in the name. All these pigs in these first three classes in this first division were supplied by Dean Sarin to these 4-H'ers, and they put a deposit down on the pigs, and then they purchase all their feed, and then at the end we'll make sure all their bills are paid and that sort of stuff. So when they were all weighed in, I don't even remember April 15th or somewhere right around in there at 40 pounds, and then brought back, and the kids got to feed them out and grow them out from here. But yes, these all started from the same batch of pigs that was provided by Dean Sarin.
Okay, thank you, Brian, for describing that single source class. I think this is an awesome opportunity for these young exhibitors. And just to be fully transparent, I'm very familiar with the genetics behind these particular pigs. It's kind of similar to what I would see on a day in, day out basis. And so these are representative of a breeding program. They're representative of a terminal sire line that is out there in the industry. And so they've got to meet the basics of market hog fundamentals. They got to have muscle, they got to have body, they got to have growth. And then throughout the day, we're going to be talking about, hey, we know what the growth rate is. And growth rate, we're looking at $2 to $3 per pig per tenth. But at the same time, feed costs are obviously very high and very expensive for exhibitors, for producers. And so as we start thinking about what goes into feed efficiency, we're talking about structure, we're talking about having the appropriate body, we're talking about having that rib shape, having the frame to get there in an efficient manner. And so those are some of the things we'll be talking about in addition to just basic growth rate. Now, as it worked out, the one that I like the best in this particular class will be the young man's. He did have the fastest rate of gain, but at the same time, I think if you just take rate of gain out of this, that's just the best pig. The widest coming at you, the boldest right there through its forerib, soft and pliable through that one's flank. Just looks like a good, doing, easy, practical type of a pig that's done very well for that young man. Young lady's over here, second fastest rate of gain, but I think this one has the frame, the extension that we're after to go ahead and get to those heavier weights. Is this one as 12 o'clock is the one directly in front of her? No. I think she still has a little bit more gas left in the tank to get there, and she can go ahead and add on another 20, 30 pounds potentially onto this pig and still do that in an efficient manner. Pigs, as we get up into that 300-pound range, are going to start putting on more fat, and that's not as efficient as what that lean gain is. And so I think this one still has a little bit of ability left in it to go ahead and get to some heavier weights. And where this one really strives over some of the ones that are going to come on down the line is just front end structure. This one's able to get out of its front end a little bit easier than what some of them down the line is that we're going to see. Young man's is going to be coming out in third. Here's just a basic type of a hog. Young man does a up, getting this one shown. He hit the ring and his showmanship was awesome as far as getting this one stuck, heads up, and attractive. And so as we start looking at showmanship later down the line, this young man has done a really good job. This one really pliable through that rear rib and flank. It's able to get out and go out of its rear skeleton. It has good shape on the top side of its skeleton. Just doesn't have as much width as you compare to some of the ones directly above it. The next two coming out are going to be ones that I'd like to redesign through that front shoulder. You can see this one's front left just is wanting to be a little bit more hesitant, not wanting to get out and drive just quite as comfortably. If we can lay that shoulder back, maybe it's crack pad, maybe it's just basic structure. If we can lay that one shoulder back, I think we can move it up. But where this one excels over the one that's going to come in fifth is the shape right out of the backside of that one's shoulder. I think true cutability is going to be in this one's favor. The one that's coming out in fifth, bigger footed, stouter structured. It is one of the heavier structured pigs in this particular class. But as we start looking at durability and longevity, that front shoulder is what's going to push it down. And then right behind its front shoulder, I'd like to give it just a little bit more lean shape. So really nice class. The production barrows kept two back for the grand drive. Thank you.
Now entering the ring is your second class of single source swine. Results from the first class: first place in a purple went to K.L. Miller. Second place in a purple went to Courtney Kalupa. Third place in a blue went to Xander Myers. Fourth place in a blue, Hallie Heistoffer. And fifth place in a blue, Isabella Reed. If you're following along on your program, that's 3, 5, 4, 2, 1.
First call, single source, class 3. First call, single source, class 3.
Okay, really nice class here in the second class of production barrows. And I think we have some different decisions to make as we look on down the line on where we want to put our priorities. And I think we're going to go away from growth at different times just to find the good pig. And I think that's the purpose of a live show, is to find the best pig and then let the carcass tell you what it will. But we're not here to just go ahead and average daily gain them out. And so with that, The one that I'm going to opt to use will be this young lady right in front of me. I think this one has the frame and extension that we're after, has that extra length of body that we need to get these things to grow, has an appropriate amount of muscle. Would we like to see it have more muscle? Yes. But at the same time, I think that one is square built and just covers the basics of the ring. That looks like one that as we start putting it into a finisher and pens of 25, 30, 45, that one's going to be able to handle itself, not go down, not have issues. It's going to be able to get up and go to the feeder every day and do that in an efficient manner. Young lady's coming out next. This is one that definitely has been very productive for this young lady, and I think if you look at that body shape, body cage, I think that's an indicator of why. This one has a very robust rib shape, really soft and pliable through that flank. For me, this one just is a little quick, gets a little shorter body, and we're starting to just get a little extra condition on this one. I think when we start to scan this one's going to have a lot of fat, and so going to the rail, I trust the one in first just a little bit more, and that one still has a little gas in the tank. This one we're going to max it out, and I think as we start talking about feed costs, the cost to get this one to an extra weight is going to be quite high. Going to give this young man a purple ribbon as well. This one I think is just a good basic type of a barrow. This one has some shape right there through the mid portion of this one's skeleton. It's got some body, but at the same time, if we look right behind that one's front shoulder, it's a little bit plainer and more nondescript. We need to have that shape come out just a little bit crisper. That way, as we go to the packer and we have those loin pullers try to pull that loin out, it's a little bit easier for them to do their particular job. But young man's done a really good job with this, getting this one shown. Foot size is appropriate, structure is appropriate. Just got to give this one a little bit more shape right there behind that one's front shoulder. Young lady has one coming out next. This one, same thing from a muscle perspective. We just got to give this one a shot more muscle. But if we talk just frame, length, the body, and ability to grow and get there in an efficient manner, this one has the advantage over the one directly in front of it. Just got to give this one a little bit more width all the way through. The one that has the most width, has the most growth, is the one coming out next. And if you want to just go ahead and say this one's going to be the most valuable as you go to the market, I completely agree with you. That one will bring the most. The problem is the likelihood of getting 2,400 of those to the market is a little bit lower. That structure, we just got to redesign that one. It's one to just get a little bit more uncoordinated, a little bit more tender-footed out here today. So we're going to sort it down. But we just want to talk about that one as a carcass hog. Really, really valuable. Really good job to that young lady.
Now entering the ring is your third class of single source swine. Results from class 2. First place in a purple went to Isabella Reed. Second place in a purple went to Hallie Heistoffer. Third place in a purple went to Xander Myers. Fourth place in a blue went to Courtney Kalupa. And fifth place in a blue went to Kenzie Miller. If you're following in your program, that from the top down, that is 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. If you have been out washing your swine this year during the fair, you have probably noticed our fairgrounds had some improvements in the area of our swine wash rack, and there are some people we need to thank for making that happen. Obviously the Fair Board, but also the following sponsors: 4-H County Council, Vidito Inc., Blake Hirschberger Enterprises, B&L Concrete, Ginrich Well and Pumping, Lyle Sexton. So if you see any of those people, please be sure to thank them. I know we are enjoying having that new wash rack.
Okay, really nice class to go ahead and round out this production show, and I think there's definitely 3 out here that you could latch onto, depending on where you want to put your priorities. I think for me, the one that combines the most, as far as being wide skeleton, big-footed, and still doing it in a sound structured package while having an appropriate rate of gain, this young lady's right in front of me is going to win this particular class. Really nice barrow to go ahead and win. Is it the fastest rate of gain? No. Is it the heaviest muscled one? No. But this one's square built, sound structured, good in its body shape. It looks like one, as we start thinking about a finisher, a 2,400 head of these things, we're not going to get into problems with that type of a pig. That's going to do that in an efficient manner and go to the rail with an appropriate amount of muscle and appropriate amount of condition. Really nice pig to go ahead and start this class. Then I think we got a decision to make. And the decision is, how good is the rear leg of one of these pigs? But I think they both have some rear end issues. And so the one that will go to the rail with the most value, has had the most growth, be the taller young man with the gray shirt. He'll be in second place. That's a really big-footed, heavy-structured one that's still bold and pliable through that one's center cavity. And you get on top of that one, young man's done a really good job. There's a lot of muscle working in that particular pig. Now, we just need to redesign that one's rear leg. It's just not good enough. But at the same time, I stopped short of calling the one in third just perfect. And so that's why we're going to end up moving that one up into second. Young man in third, we're going to keep this one back for the overall go-round because I think this one still has some value and could be in the hunt as well. This is one that has the frame, the extension. It is a little sounder. It's more coordinated out of its rear tube. At the same time, as we start talking about these pigs representing a breeding program, that rear leg is just a little too far underneath of itself. As we have females that have that in commercial production, they just want to go down. They want to splay out, and at the same time, these finisher pigs will go down, splay out, and will get injured with that kind of a rear leg as well. And so if we can just tuck that rear leg up underneath of itself a little bit more. Right now, there's a little too much just weight on those tendons instead of the bone itself. So really nice job for that class. We got one coming out in fourth that I think compared to the 3 above it, maybe just doesn't have those extras. Shorter fronted, it doesn't have that shape right out of the backside of its skeleton, a little bit plainer right there through the front side, and so it's starting to lay on a little extra condition. As we start laying on condition, we're just not as valuable. We're a little bit less efficient as we start talking about profitability of these pigs, but I think still you get behind it, there's a lot of ham working in that one, a lot of muscle, and the rear leg on this particular pig is better than the 2 above it. And so if you just wanted a rear leg sort, I think you can move that one up a couple spots as well. Young lady has one tall, long, extended, has the frame size that we're after. As we look at this one coming and going, it's just the most closed up of this particular class. It's the harshest right there through its forerib. You need to just pull that one apart all the way through. But very nice job to this young lady. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Currently in the ring, we are going to select your top 5 single source swine. However, your champion will be named later following the production the production show, because our champion will be based off how they did in the ring, as well as interviews and their carcass scans. So we will bring these exhibitors back following the production show for those final results.
Okay, three really nice representatives of their respective classes, but to be completely honest, there's two out here that when they hit the ring in their classes, I thought those both could be champions. And so it's been really interesting to see them as they get back out here. And there's one, I guess, for me that just kind of fits what I want a market hog to look like. It looks like one that's 12 o'clock as far as going to the packer with the right amount of condition and doing so in an efficient manner. It looks like as we start having a finisher of these, it can thrive in that environment. And so that'll be this young lady's right in front of me. She'll be your champion in this class. As we bring that second place one out, I talked in class how that one had a really, really good rate of gain. I just need to maybe redesign that one's rear legs just ever so slightly. There's another one out here that I think pushed the champion really hard and is very similar in their build when you get them right next to each other. It was just really close between the two, but I think this one still has a good rate of gain, still is good structured, maybe just not quite as bold right there through the center portion of that one's cavity, but the young man on the far side will be your reserve champion. As we move to third overall, I think there's two out here that needed to find their way to the top, and then I think we definitely have some decisions to make. But with that, as we start talking about rate of gain, if we say $2 a tenth, and one out here is 4 or 5 tenths heavier or higher in the rate of gain, we're going to be giving up $8 that we need to try to make up in either feed conversion or mortality. And with that being said, I think the structure is good enough. Maybe just wasn't good enough to push those champion and reserve, but I call that one good enough for this particular show. Young man in the gray shirt's going to have your third overall.
One quick note on that gray polo. Colin is one of our graduating 4-H seniors. So those polos are sponsored by Whithoe Farm Supply. So let's give our senior 4-H'er a round of applause.
Okay, as we start looking at fourth overall, I think all of these are very similar in their type and kind as far as frame size, width. I think there's one out here that still has that extension and still bold through that rib cage. Still has the muscle that we're after. Maybe doesn't quite have the rate of gain compared to a couple of these other ones, but the young lady over here on my right will have your fourth overall.
Attention down, first call, production barrel, class 1, first call, production barrel, class 1.
As we pick the fifth overall here, the one that just came out, I think from a composition standpoint, it's maybe just start down below just a touch. But I think of the other two that still have some gas left in the tank, the one that I opt to use just a little wider right down that one's top. I think it's sound enough structure. We talk in class, maybe that rear leg could be just pushed back on it just a touch. But at the same time, I call that one good enough. Young man on the far side is going to be your fifth overall.
Along with the single source, what also that these young people had to do is go through an interview process here on Saturday. So what we're going to do now is that we'll calculate the overall single source winner, and that's based on the point system, in which includes the live show in which we just completed, their average daily gain, their interview, and their scan data. And then we will bring those kids back in here at the end of the production show to name your grand champion overall single source exhibitor.
Attention down, first call, production barrel, class 2, first call, production barrel, class 2.
Now entering the ring is our first class of the production show. This is Production Barrel Class 1. Another thank you we need to make this morning is to KCTC. They are generously live streaming all of our shows. Those are available online, so if you have any family around the world that couldn't make it here to the Washington County Fair this morning, go ahead and let them know, and they can tune in and watch for free.
Attention Brian, following the production flag for everyone, all single source exhibitors back to the ring. That is at the conclusion of the entire production show. We will get all single source exhibitors back to the ring.
Okay, two really nice representatives to work their way up to the top, and I think too that both have the width and muscle that we're after. As we move beyond that single source, we're going to get a little bit more variation. But at the same time, if you're just watching ringside, 95% of the industry is going to be a York Landrace cross on either a Duroc or a Pietrine composite bore. And so the amount of variation that we're going to see is going to be fairly minimal. But at the same time, as we start breaking down the differences, there's still some individual characteristics of these pigs that we like to see and that we're going to go ahead and sort on. I think we have a really nice representative that has the extra body shape that we're after. A little bit more comfortable out here today than a couple down the line. She's meeting the surface with just a little bit more flex. They're starting to get hot. They're starting to get worked up. Not used to maybe being out in the ring doing this much exercise, but at the same time, just a good basic type of a built barrow there that really nice place to start. The one that's going to come in next, this one, if we could just redesign this one's shoulder, make it a little bit more flexible right there. I think this one runs pretty hard to compete with our class winner because that one also has a lot of shape working down that one's top. Good and appropriate in its rate of gain and still has a lot of muscle. Need to redesign that one through a front end structure perspective. Young lady that's going to come out in third, this one is more appropriate through its front shoulder. At the same time, coming and going, this one just needs to get pulled apart all the way through. It is the narrowest of the top three. It is the plainest and most nondescript of the top three there. I think with the ears flopping, maybe just a little bit more of that Landrace or Yorkshire coming through on it than a terminal sire, but need to give that one just a shot more muscle, but good, sound structured, basic type of a barrow to end up in third. The one coming out next has a similar muscle pattern to the one directly above it. We just need to push this one back in its shoulder and then redesign that one through its hock. Got a little bit of an abscess right there in its rear hock. Maybe have a little bit of extra throwaway right there, but really nice place to end up in fourth. Young man's coming out next with the roan-headed one here. It is wider and it's square from the top of its blade all the way to the ground. Really like the forerib this one has working in it. It gets plainer and more nondescript right there through the seam of its ham, and it's a little bit just more jammed up all the way through than some of the larger framed ones that we had with a little extra growth. We do have the extra growth, the extra frame size in this particular hog. The unfortunate thing is it doesn't have the body to go with the frame to allow it to get to that heavier weight. This one still looks like it needs a few days on feed to kind of max itself out. But if we can drop that flank, make that one a little bit more pliable through that one's center cavity, I think this one moves up in a hurry because it still had a good rate of gain without that. So really nice pig to end up at the bottom. But overall, congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 production barrow. First place in a purple went to Tessa Bombay. Second place and a purple went to Taya Bombay. Third place in a blue, Presley Hora. Fourth place in a blue went to Elizabeth Hora. Fifth place in a blue went to Tate Bombay. And sixth place in a blue went to Tessa Bombay. So if you're following along in your program, that from the top down, that is 3, 1, 4, 2, 6, 5. Now entering the ring is Class 2 production barrow.
Attention
We have another gray polo in the show ring right now. That is Alexa Huber. Again, these gray polos are signifying our 4-H seniors. These polos were sponsored by Whithoe Farm Supply. And again, these are just another way we congratulate these 4-H seniors. So let's give her a round of applause. Another thank you we need to make this morning is all of our wonderful help around the show ring. We have lots of former exhibitors coming back to help out the Swine project, as well as our superintendents and other just producers. So let's give it a round of applause for all our help around the show ring, making this thing run smooth. It takes a big group to put on a swine show, and we do one of the best.
Three really nice ones to go ahead and make their way towards the top of the class here, and the young man that I'm going to opt to use is right there in the center of the ring. Here's one that when you get right on top of it, it has as much muscle shape as anything in the class, as wide topped as anything in the class. This one just has a lot of value from a muscle and carcass composition perspective, but then when you watch it come and go, it is the widest base one, and so it still has the rib and the body to go with it. Maybe we'd like to pick that one's tail head up ever so slightly, allow it to drive out of that rear skeleton just a touch more. But with that being said, really nice one to win this particular class. Then I think you got a decision between second and third. You got one with a little bit more extension, a little bit more length of body, a little bit ability to get to a heavier weight, and so that'll be the young ladies over on the far side there. It has the muscle still that's appropriate. Maybe we'd like to redesign it right behind that front shoulder ever so slightly, but still a really good pig from that standpoint. The one that's just basic and looks like just your typical finishing pig will be the one that comes out in third, but this one just is the most closed up of the top three. It's one to get maybe just a touch more restrictive as the drive goes on. Got a little bit of swelling in that rear right hock, but as far as just rib cage and body, I like this one the best of the top three. And so all three of these will get a purple. I think these are three awesome pigs for these exhibitors. Really nice job on all those exhibitors. As we have one coming out in fourth, here's one that has some muscle shape, right, working on the top side of its skeleton, working in the midpoint of its skeleton when you compare it to the one directly above it. This one just doesn't have that boldness right there through the forerib. It wants to get a little bit lower fronted. It's flatter on its front feet. As we start thinking about these pigs on finishing slats, those dew claws can get ripped. They can get infected. They can go down. Need to pick those front dew claws up for that one to move up, but a really nice pig to end up in the fourth hole. Then as we come on down, we got three with some different structural issues that'll start to come to the top. Have some good rate of gains on these pigs. Here's one. Like the rib shape that this one possesses, like the rear structure this one has, a lot of muscle. The front end, we just need to loosen this one up right through that front shoulder, allow it to get out and motor just a little bit easier. The one coming out in sixth, very similar from that standpoint. It is leaner, it is trimmer. I think it should go to the rail with some lean cut out in its favor. Shape working right down the top side of its skeleton, that midpoint, very, very lean. Same time that front shoulder, if we can move it back, loosen it up out of that front end, I think we can move it up. Same thing as we go through this one on down the line. We just need to allow it to relax out of that front end, and then where that muscle ties in. The difference between this one and the run directly in front of it will be how that muscle ties into the backside of that one's blade. If we can level that one out, I think we can move it up a spot or two. But here's still one that I think is more correct from a composition, more what we'd anticipate one going to the cooler at, to be kind of maximizing productivity and profitability from a feed efficiency standpoint. It's probably going to the rail at the right time. So really appreciate that young lady's pig. Obviously really good rate of gains in all of these. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 production barrows. First place in a purple went to John Hora. Second place in a purple went to Madison Gent. Third place in a purple went to Tate Bombi. Fourth place in a blue went to Macy Uhrig. Fifth place in a blue went to Callie Huber. Sixth place in a blue went to Alexa Huber. And seventh place in a blue went to Callie Huber. If you're following in your program from top down, that is 2, 4, 1, 7, 3, 6, 5. Now entering the ring is Class 3 production barrows.
Okay, we got 3 pigs out here that have absolutely incredible rate of gains, and I think as you go to different counties, as you look at different production shows, there's a lot of pigs that have ended up down the line in these shows that could go ahead and win a lot of counties. And so my hat's off to all these exhibitors, and if you do end up 3rd, 4th, 5th in class, just kind of learn from it, come back, work harder, and go after the win the next year. And so I think there's definitely a lot of value in all of these pigs. The one that I think is just the most comfortable out here, the one that I trust as far as, hey, if this is a representative of 2,400 other pigs in that barn, that we're going to be able to go to the packing plant with as few mortality, as few culls, as few fallouts as anybody, be the young ladies on the left-hand side here. That one we need to redesign its front shoulder, push it back just ever so slightly. At the same time, I think that one's appropriate from a finish and composition perspective. Square built from behind, just a good type of bear to go ahead and win. I'd like to redesign that one right behind its front shoulder. And that's where I think the decision gets close. The young man right in front of me is going to have your 2nd place pig. This one just really good rate of gain, really good body, a lot of growth in it. We need to redesign that one's front pasterns, starting to get a little bit loose right up front. And as we've had the drive go on, it just doesn't maybe have the stamina to just keep going like the one that won this particular class. The young man's going to have one that comes in 3rd, and that one, yeah, you can just kind of let it hang out there, not get too overheated. This one, wide, square, a lot of body. Front pasterns, we just aren't good enough on this particular pig, and I think that's maybe why we're starting to go down just a little bit. Maybe not quite as pliable right there up front. But as we have the one that's going to come out next, the young lady wants to come out next. Here's one that is more appropriate in the set to its pasterns, but unfortunately it's still not perfect up front. We could lay this one back in its blade and knee ever so slightly. We could give this one just a shot more width and shot more body when you compare it to the 3 directly above it. If we could push that one back in its shoulder, I think that one moves up pretty quickly. Young man's got a powerhouse coming out next. This one's got a lot of product working in it, a lot of width working down its top, really bold center skeleton, and I think that's going to come with these extra growth rates. So these are all very growthy type of pigs. All they're doing is just going to the feeder, sitting back down, laying down, going to the water, laying back down. And so there's not a whole lot of exercise maybe that some of these pigs are potentially getting. But at the same time, if you just appreciate that one for what it's going to do in the plant, a lot of meat working in that particular hog. Young lady has one that is a little bit more comfortable than some of the ones we've seen. We just need to give that one a shot more muscle all the way through. It's the plainest and most nondescript out of the backside of its blade. A little bit, it's the narrowest as we look at it from the base. And so we pull that one apart. I think that one moves up as well. But some really nice individuals in this class. Looking forward to as we sort these in the Grand Barrow.
Results from Class 3 Production Barrow. First place in a purple went to Alexa Huber. Second place in a purple went to Peyton Brenneman. Third place in a purple went to TJ Brenneman. Fourth place in a blue went to Taya Bombi. Fifth place in a blue went to Peyton Brenneman. And sixth place in a blue went to Macy Ehrig. Now we will select your champion in reserve production barrel.
Okay, we got three really good representatives of their particular classes, and we got some differences here in just frame size and growth. We got some differences in carcass composition and structure, but at the same time, I think they all meet the basics of a market hog that can last in a commercial environment, and that's why these have sorted up, and some of the other ones have sorted down, is these have the structure to go ahead and handle that particular environment. As we get past that, then we can start looking at which ones have the extras, and I think there's one that out here that has the extra from a growth rate perspective and a width perspective, and shape up high. Young lady right in front of me is going to have your champion. As we go out here and look for reserve, I think there's two that offer some advantages here. Talking about them just no particular order. Out of that middle class there, the young man's, that one has a lot of shape, a lot of muscle. It's appropriate in its length, and it's got the basics there to go ahead and be a good market hog. Isn't maybe a little bit more jammed up front, maybe a little bit lower in its tail head. Yes, but I think that's getting awfully picky. Young man over on the far side, obviously a really good rate of gain. That one's got a lot of mass, a lot of center cavity working in it. It's just front pasterns, its front end design just needs to be restructured. And so you kind of have some differences to look at. At the same time, as we start looking at 5/10 of an average daily gain, that's a lot of growth to make up for in a commercial market hog perspective. We're looking at $8 to $10 a pig. And so with that being said, young man in the middle of the ring will be reserved. The young man on the far side will be third overall. As we bring them both back out here, I think they're very similar when you get off to the side as far as their silhouette and their design, their length, their structure from the side. When you just kind of take a step back, though, at the same time, I think one has a little extra extension, a little extra frame size, and maybe comes out of the backside of its shoulder with a touch more shape. And I think all of those things maybe allow it to just get to that feeder and grow at a little extra pace. The young lady right in front of me will be your fourth overall. talked in class about the body shape that this one has, four-rib punch. It's got a lot of internal dimension at the same time. Just need to clean this one up in its rear hocks, allow it to be just a touch more coordinated. And I still think we have one out here that's really wide and square as it comes right at you, and still has an appropriate amount of rate of gain. Young lady right in front of me will have your 5th overall. Congratulations.
That concludes the selection of our top 5 production barrows. All 5 of them are receiving cash awards. Our donors for those cash awards are Washington County Pork Producers, Ebert Painting, and Farmers Co-op. Your champion was Alexa Huber. Her banner was sponsored by DeKalb Feeds, and her cash award was by KCTC. Reserve was Peyton Brenneman. His banner was sponsored by Ron Carroll. 3rd overall was John Horam. 4th overall was Madison Gent. And 5th overall was Tessa Bombi. Now entering the ring is our first class of production gilts. We would like to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts. For every member this year, you'll notice almost every showman wearing those shirts today.
Okay, really nice class here. As we start looking at the differences here in gilts versus barrows, and then as we go back to some of the lighter weights, maybe the rate of gains, maybe the rib shape just isn't going to quite be there, but at the same time, I think the basics of sound structured animals always come to the top. I think the young man that's going to be out in first is that young man right in front of me. When we start comparing this one to ones down the line, big-footed, heavy structured, and that kind of just sets the stage for that one to get out and go in a comfortable manner. This one is sounder structured than some of them down the line. He has a better rate of gain than some of them down the line. This one just puts the most totals together while still being wide and having that muscle that we're after. The young lady that's going to come out in second, she does a really good job of getting this one shown. This one just wanted to motor the entire time. It's really flexible right there through that one's front end, square as it comes right at you. May redesign it right behind its front shoulder, and then give this one just a shot more growth, can compete with the class winner. But at the same time, really like the forerib shape this one possesses, the levelness this one has out through its hip, the way this one uses its hock, really nice place to end up in second. Young man has a really growth-oriented one that's going to end up in third. This one, at the same time, need to push this one back in the angle to its shoulder. It's wanting to get just a little too stilty out here today. It's flatter and more nondescript right there through its forerib, a little harsher right there through its flank. At the same time, stout and wide right there through that one's ham, and it has the frame extension to get to those weights, and so really good pick to end up in third. Young ladies, it's going to end up in fourth. Here's one. Maybe when you compare it to some of them that are directly above it, doesn't have the extras, but at the same time, I think this one is more pliable through that front skeleton than the one directly in front. It is softer through that flank. It is bolder through its rib. Just need to give this one a shot more all the way through. Then the young ladies that's going to come out next. Again, this one's good structured, able to get out and go out of its front end. Maybe we can clean up that rear hock ever so slightly. Give this one just more muscle as we work down the top side of its skeleton. Give it more just width as we go to its base, and we can move that one up. So really nice pigs to end up in this particular class. So congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 production gilts. First place in a purple went to John Hora. Second place in a purple went to Elizabeth Hora. Third place in a blue went to Tate Bombi. Fourth place in a blue went to Presley Hora. And fifth place in a blue went to Madison Jan. If you're following in your program from top down, that is 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. Now entering the ring is production gilt Class 2. In case you're just joining us this morning, I'd like to reintroduce our judge this morning. It is Brady McNeil. He is a multiplication business lead for DNA Genetics. In that role, he works with producers across North America. He is a graduate of Iowa State and helped coach the livestock and meat animal evaluation teams. His wife, Katie, and him reside in Columbus, Nebraska. Let's give him a round of applause for being with us and working with our kids today.
Okay, as we move into the middle growth, I guess gilts here, we're getting some pretty good rate of gains. And I think we have gilts that are starting to get up in weights, and with that, maybe some of the structure flaws are starting to come out. And I think we have 3 of them that come to the top that are all good structured. They all have a appropriate amount of muscle, and then as we start sorting them, it's kind of some of the extras that are going to break down all 3 of these. And we're going to give all 3 the purple. And so the young man's, if you want to start getting that one and driving, I think this one through the front end has good curvature to that front knee, good set to that rear hock, a lot of muscle shape working down this one's skeleton. Just a good wide-based, heavy muscle type of a gilt to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady's got one coming out here in second that has a lot of muscle, has a lot of width. We just need to push this one back ever so slightly on that front shoulder when we compare it to the one directly above it. But at the same time, that's a bold-ribbed, heavy muscle gilt to end up in second place. Really, really nice job to that young lady. We got the different one that's coming out in third as we compare it to the top 2. This one doesn't have as much width. As we compare it to the 2 directly above it, maybe not just quite as bold, but at the same time you step off, really sound structured, able to get out and motor, flexible rear hock joint. This one just able to get out and go throughout the ring, level in its design, square in its build, but it's just not as wide, pulled apart, and heavy muscled as the 2 directly above it. The young lady that's going to come out in 4, that is the heavy growth, heavy growth, high average daily gain pig of this particular drive, and I think if you just step off, you can see why. That one's got the rib and body to be productive. It's got the rear rib and flank, it's got the 4 rib shape, and when we get on top of it though, that extra growth might have led it to start laying down a little extra condition. It's wanting to get a little extra waisty up there through that front 1/3. It's the most nondescript of the top 4. When we get right on top of it, it wants to play out to its edges a little bit more. And what we like to see, it's starting to deposit a little bit more fat right there through the ham seam than what we would like to see. But its structure, its body has led it to being a very high, fast-growing type of a gilt, and has done very well for that young lady. Next one coming out, here's one that maybe just is a little bit leaner right there through its rear rib and flank, through its ham seam. It's leaner right there through that front 1/3. Shapelier up high. It just doesn't have that extra body that we're after. It doesn't have that extra width, and at the same time, we like to tie it in at the backside of its shoulder a little bit neater. The last one coming out here, we just need to push that one back, make it a little bit more comfortable in where that shoulder lays on its skeleton, but a lot of muscle working at the midpoint of that one's back. That one should scan really well. As we look at that one's top line, a lot of muscle thickness working at that one from behind. Really nice job to that young lady.
Results from Class 2 production gilts. First place in a purple went to Tate Bombi. Second place in a purple went to Alexa Huber. Third place in a purple went to Macy Ihrig. Fourth place in a blue went to Tessa Bombi. Fifth place in a blue went to Taya Bombi. And sixth place in a blue went to Tessa Bombi. If you're following along in your program from top down, that is 2, 3, 1, 6, 5, 4. Now entering the ring is Class 3 Production Gilts.
Okay, 3 really nice individuals to go ahead and lead off this class. They'll all be in that purple ribbon category, and I'll be honest, when the young man's came in, or the taller man came in here, I thought that was just a really good gilt, and it hit me pretty hard. That one's just square built, sound structured. Is it just pushing the envelope as far as condition? Yes, it's got a lot of extra lower 1/3 right there, but I think when you have that kind of rate of gain, you're going to have some of that come with it. And so I guess it's where do you want to draw the line? I call that acceptable for the amount of just growth and robustness that one has. Is it the heaviest muscled one of the top 3? No, but really nice job to that young man. Sound structure just good, doing easy, pliable type of a gilt to go ahead and start this particular class. The heavier muscled one is in second. That one's got a lot of hip, a lot of stoutness from pin hock to ground all the way through, a lot of width. It doesn't have that extra just four-rib punch that the one ahead of it does. It doesn't have that extra softness through its flank, but there is a lot of muscle working in that particular gilt. The one that's going to come out in third, here's one that does have a lot of muscle as well. Maybe just from a design perspective, it wants to get up underneath of itself a little bit more than what we'd like to see. It's a little steeper in its hip, maybe not quite as square and true out of the backside of that one's shoulder, but as far as wide-based, square-built, and still having a lot of muscle, and that one has a lot of growth rate to go with it. And so all 3 of these I call acceptable from a growth rate perspective. There's a lot of muscle working in all 3 of these. And so that one's the one that just from a structure perspective need to redesign ever so slightly. But we'll be seeing all 3 of those back when we sort the grand gilts. As we look at that fourth place in this particular class, here's one that I guess just kind of ran into a buzzsaw of a top 3. Any of the other classes, this one would have done very, very well. And like I said before, at another county fair, this one might win the county fair. And so really nice gilt here to end up in 4th. Wide, heavy muscle type of a gilt, good in its body shape. Maybe just need to loosen that front skeleton up ever so slightly, clean up that abscess. Maybe we might have a little extra trim on that particular gilt's front end because of that, but minor issue there. As we look at the one coming out next, this one's got a lot of shape down the top side of its skeleton. Maybe just doesn't match at the ground quite as well. A little frailer in its feature, a little narrow at its base, but a long-bodied, good, growthy type of a gilt that just kind of ran into a few that had some extras directly above it. Here is the stout, wide-based one coming out next. Just need to redesign this one from a structure perspective. That one's front knee just gets pushed forward a little bit more than what we'd like to see, and then at the same time, the lower 1/3 has a little extra condition. So talked on the one in first, that one was borderline on extra condition. This one's starting to push the envelope for me as we start seeing that condition on its side behind its elbow pocket, as we start seeing the condition down in that one's ham seam. This one, as we look at the scan features, I'm guessing that one's one of the fatter gilts in this particular show. So from a carcass composition standpoint, get a little bit more concerned on that particular gilt. But overall, some really high quality gilts in this particular drive. Looking forward to the overall gilt.
Results from Class 3 production gilts. First place in a purple went to TJ Brenneman. Second place in a purple went to Callie Huber. Third place in a purple went to Peyton Brenneman. Fourth place in a blue went to Taya Bombi. Fifth place in a blue went to Lexa Huber. And sixth place in a blue went to Callie Huber. If you're following in your program, that is 6, 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. We are now going to select your champion, actually your top 5 production gilts.
I guess I'll make the champion selection pretty short. I guess for me, there's one that I talked in class that hit me pretty hard as soon as it hit the ring. It just meets all the basic market hog fundamentals of being sound structured, bold ribbed, soft and pliable through that flank, having enough muscle. Is it the heaviest muscled one out here? No. Being okay from a carcass composition. Is it the leanest or most appropriate? No, it's pushing the envelope there, but I think to get that rate of gain, you're going to have a little extra. The class or the champion's going to be out of your last class there. Congratulations to that young man. Okay, I think reserve gets really close between two of them out here, and to take nothing away from the young man, because it's still a really nice gilt in his own right, but the two to heavier gilts, I guess, are in contention, and I think they're very similar as you step off to the side. I think one maybe gets just a little bit more forward in its shoulder, maybe a little bit more uncoordinated up there, and then the other one wants to throw its rear hocks outside of itself just a little bit more than what we'd like to see. But at the same time, I think there's one that's square right behind its shoulder. I think it's bolder right there in its forerib, and goes to the ground with an appropriate amount of width and foot size, and still sound enough. Young lady is going to have your reserve gilt here. Congratulations. We bring out the third in that class, and talked in that class how there were three that definitely all were quite impressive in what they brought to the table, and that young man's does have one that has a really good rate of gain, a lot of muscle working in it. But as we bring it back out here, I think maybe just comfort and how it meets the surface. There's one out here I like just a touch better, and I said how it was close between this one and the reserve. Young man right in front of me will have your third overall. Really nice skill to end up in third.
Following the selection of our top 5 production gilts, we will be bringing back the champion and reserve production barrow to select your overall production live. Following that, we will move into our single source swine. So if those exhibitors are around, maybe start making your way back up here. Also, production exhibitors, don't go too far, because following the single source results, we will be doing the scan results for the production swine. So exhibitors, don't work your way too far away from the ring following the selection of your champion and reserve.
Okay, as we bring the other one out here in contention, I talked in class, I really like the way that one just gets out and goes. It's so comfortable. A young lady does a really nice job getting that one exhibited. I think as we just go back to the basics, we know their rate of gain, and so when we start talking about 4/10 and 6/10 of difference, we're looking at $8 to $12 a difference in a market pig, and so that adds up pretty quickly as you start talking about the type of hogs we have in the commercial industry. And so to make that up from a structure, a feed efficiency difference is a huge, huge ask. And so with that being said, I think this one's good enough structured. It's really heavy muscled. It's wide and square to the ground. Maybe just doesn't want to be quite as comfortable here today. But I still say it's good enough. Young man right here is going to have your next one out. Congratulations. For 5th overall, I guess the one that I like next has just been comfortable all day, able to get out and motor. Doesn't want to tighten up out here, even though it's been out here for a little bit. Young lady does a great job getting this one shown. Young lady will have 5th overall.
That concludes the selection of our top 5 production gilts. All 5 of them will receive cash awards. Those are sponsored by the following: in memory of Robert L. Bonner, Washington Ag Supply, Washington State Bank, United Animal Health. Your champion was TJ Brenneman. His banner was sponsored by Derek and Jalissa Bombi. His cash award was sponsored by the Mike Hammond family. Your reserve was Callie Huber. Her banner was sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead. Your 3rd overall was Tate Bombi. Your 4th overall was Peyton Brenneman. And your 5th overall was Elizabeth Ora. We will now be selecting your overall champion and reserve production hog. So we have our champion production barrow being exhibited by Alexa Huber, and your champion production gilt being exhibited by TJ Brenneman. Following this selection, we will go over our single source swine awards. So if we could have all of those exhibitors start making their way to the show ring, just the exhibitor themselves, no pig. If we could maybe have them over along the white fence, we will be going over those results following this selection. Following that, we will also be going over our production scan results. So if those exhibitors would also start making their way to the show ring, that would be great.
If we could give these exhibitors a round of applause, I think these are two really high quality, and even the ones we're going to bring out for second, really high quality, and it's been a great show that we've had throughout the day. I think that's a testament to the young people and the adults within this county. I do want to just say thank you to the Swine Committee for inviting me back. Thank you to the county. Really enjoyed my time last year when I sorted this, had a great time, and had a great time again today. These exhibitors have done an absolutely great job getting these exhibited. I know it can be a challenge when you're just trying to push growth. You don't always get these things out walking. And so when they get in the ring, they get a little tired. They get worn down pretty quickly. And we've seen that on a few, but I think these two out here, for the amount of time that they've been out in the ring, they've been able to still handle the basics of the ring. They've done a really nice job, and I think both of these exhibitors should be commended. I think there's one out here that, as we start talking about just going to the rail with the appropriate amount of muscle and condition, still being big-footed, heavy structured. Is it just perfect right there behind its shoulder? No, but I think it's a wide, square, good doing type of a barrow. Young lady with the barrow is going to have your champion. Congratulations.
Your overall champion production hog was exhibited by Alexis Huber. Her banner was sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers.
Okay, with that, we bring out that reserve barrow. When he talked, I mean, that one's just so impressive for the rib shape that one possesses, the width, the mass, and being able to do that with the 2.99 rate of gain, that's just incredible. But with that, as that one comes back out and we compare it, maybe just not quite as flexible through that one's front shoulder, need to square that one up through its front knee, pick it up on its front pastern. As we start thinking about these in relation to their contemporary group, might be just exacerbated a little bit as we spread it over 2,400 pigs. And so while this one represents that total population, just not quite sure how that'll work as we start spreading it over all those pigs. And so with that, I think there's one out here I just feel a little bit more comfortable with from a structure perspective. That'll be the young man's gilt, will be a reserve champion.
Congratulations, your reserve overall production hog was exhibited by TJ Brenneman. His banner is sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. At this time, if we could have all single source exhibitors work their way into the center of the show ring. Again, I need all single source show exhibitors to the center of the show ring. Okay, so we have our single source swine results. Again, this is a combination of how they did in the ring this morning, as well as an interview they conducted earlier this week, as well as their scan results from their swine. Exhibitors, following this, you can pick up your comment sheet at the extension office from your interview you had earlier this week. So if you'd like to collect that and get your comments from those judges, those are available. I'm going to go backwards for your top 5. There is cash awards for all of these top 5 exhibitors. They are donated by the following: Ebert Painting, Washington County Pork Producers, Don Lewis Family, and Giro Genetics. In 5th was Xander Myers. 4th was Hallie Heistoffer. 3rd was Kenzie Miller. Your reserve single source swine exhibitor with a banner sponsored by JWV Pork was K.O. Miller. And your champion single source swine exhibitor with getting a banner sponsored by Wellman Produce is Colin Miller. Congratulations to all of those single source swine exhibitors. At this time, if I could have the following production exhibitors make their way to the ring. I need Taya Bombay, Tessa Bombay, Macy Ehrig, TJ Brenneman, Tessa Bombay, Peyton Brenneman, Callie Huber, Taya Bombay, Tate Bombay, all to the ring. That would be great. Okay, now we are going to do your results from the production swine show for the scan. So they just completed their in the ring portion of their show. However, their swine were also scanned when they checked in at the fair earlier this week. So these are the results from being scanned. All of the cash awards for your top 5 are presented by the Washington County Pork Producers. I'm actually going to go through your top 10 on scan, starting at 10. So 10th was a pig exhibited by Taya Bombay. 9th was exhibited by Tessa Bombay. 7th, Macy Ehrig. So 7th was TJ Brenneman, 6th Tessa Bombay, 5th Tate Bombay, 4th Peyton Brenneman, 3rd Peyton Brenneman. Your reserve scan production swine getting a banner sponsored by Ruba Feeders is Callie Huber. And your champion receiving a banner sponsored in memory of Ray Shaver is Taya Bombay. Congratulations to all of our production swine exhibitors. to the ring at this time, I need the following exhibitors: Callie Huber, Alexa Huber, Tate Bombi, Jack Greiner, Preston Ford, and Bristol Young.
Attention on line, this is your first call for Top Gun Showmanship. First call, Top Gun Showmanship.
Okay, in the ring at this time, we have our Okay, in the ring at this time, we have our exhibitors that are being acknowledged for their results in the Swine Knowledge Test. Earlier this week, they took a test over their knowledge of the swine project.
Attention on line, can we get Preston Ford to the showroom? Preston Ford to the showroom.
Okay, results from the Swine Knowledge Test. Your champion senior was Callie Huber. Your reserve champion senior was Alexa Huber. Intermediate champion was Tate Bombi. Intermediate reserve champion, Jack Greiner. Your junior champion, Preston Ford. And your junior reserve champion, Bristol Young. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors.
Attention on line, second call, Top Gun Showmanship, which should be Riley Live and Preston Ford. Attention on first call, senior showmanship, first call, senior showmanship.
About to enter the ring is our Top Gun Showmanship. These are exhibitors that have won their respective age group of showmanship, and until they move into the next age group, they are in our Top Guns. So they are winners from past years from their respected age group, and they exhibit in our Top Gun Showmanship.
As we start out here with showmanship in the Top Gun division, I want to introduce our judge today on the non-production side is Mr. Al Schminke from Van Horn, Iowa. Al's been in the swine industry all his completely life. Started with raising purebred Chesters as a youngster up there on the farm with his grandpa and dad, and proceeded to go on to Hawkeye, where he met his beautiful and wife Candy, and today Al and Candy together have Schminke Genetics, which consists of 15 to 20 Chester sows at this point, along Chester white sows, and then along with that they have 300 and some club lamb ewes for the sheep side, and sell livestock both on the pig side and on the sheep side all across the country. Besides that, Al's other job is farming, and he also is the national accounts manager for Mormon SureTech. Let's give Al a round of applause and welcome him here to Washington County for today.
Well, as Brian introduced Al, it's definitely a privilege to step in the ring alongside Al, and we were both in agreement on this particular set. Just a couple general comments for both of them. At times it seemed like maybe we were getting just a touch stick happy, wanting to steer them just a touch more than what we would maybe term ideal, and maybe from some subtle speed differences. At times the young man wanted to get a touch quick. At times he wanted to maybe crank it just a touch harder than what we wanted to see. The young lady, at times that barrel wanted to get just a touch slow for her and maybe she wants to just steer it more than what we would maybe term ideal. And so with that, we thought the individual we felt most comfortable with getting that animal presented to the best of its ability, the young man's going to be your champion in this particular division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion Top Gun Showman. That went to Preston Ford. His awards were sponsored by KCTC, Bruce and Leanne Watson, as well as Norman Pumping. Your reserve was Riley Lyde. Now entering the ring will be your senior showmanship.
Attention around, first call, intermediate showmanship, first call, intermediate showmanship.
Good morning, folks. Let's give our senior members out here a real nice round of applause. Doing a really nice job. And again, I think as you kind of come out into the senior showmanship drive, and again, you kind of watch the kids, the hogs are very comfortable. We've got a wonderful day to kind of work through the pig show here in the middle of July. And the kids, and again, I think you got to understand your pig and your project and the basically the stamina and the ability for them to kind of get around the ring. And it's a partnership as we start looking about showmanship of the pigs and the kids, and a lot of the showmanship, of course, can kind of get won and done at the time that we've got spent at the house and getting them comfortable or getting them in a position or a setting that the pigs are comfortable with, along with the kids' comfort zone as they also kind of look at it. And for us, I think it was close. I think there's 2 or 3 of the young people that kind of surfaced towards the top, I think, from a standpoint of staying inside what I consider the vision zone as you're looking at the kids, keeping them out there in front, proper kind of a distance, the right kind of mode of action as we kind of look at keeping them moving and comfortable as they come walking in the ring and kind of manage that. Our reserve showman, I think, does a nice job. She's got to push just a little bit harder on this particular barra, I think, from the standpoint of trying to keep him in motion, but does a really nice job of still maintaining good eye contact and very comfortable. Young lady here will be reserved, will be our young lady with the Hampshire barra right out here coming across. Our champion showman, again, I think does a really nice job. This barra is very comfortable out here, I think, from the standpoint of just keeping the right kind of eye contact, keeping the right motion, kind of look, and doesn't have to pressurize too much. This barra and her work together very well out here. Young lady with the Duroc barra will be our champion. Let's give all the kids, again, a real nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion senior showman went to Peyton Ford. Her awards were sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Inc., 4-H Wood Products, DeKalb Feeds, and Norman Pumping. Your reserve senior showman went to Charlotte Searin. Her awards were sponsored by G-Row Genetics. Now entering the ring is your intermediate showmanship.
first card general showmanship, first card general showmanship.
It's a lot of fun to sit back and just talk about showmanship with somebody you have a great deal of respect for, and somebody who's worked a lot of rings on showmanship and trained a lot of kids on showmanship. And at the same time, we both look at very similar things. We're both seeing the same types of things, and thought there was a lot of similarities in the quality of these exhibitors, and overall the quality of the showman in the production show and the quality we've seen in the Top Gun, the senior here. It's definitely something to be commended, and let's give all these intermediate showmen a round of applause because they're doing a great job. Just to talk about a couple of individuals, just for some honorable mention type of things, but won't necessarily be in the overall running. Young lady with the Duroc there, when she hit the ring, that thing was lights out, had that thing tuned up, ready to go. Unfortunately, as the drives went on, that thing's wanted to find the rail just a little bit more than what we would want to see. It's wanting to fight her a little bit more than what we'd like to see. But when she gets that one calmed down, she does a really good job of getting that one stuck. Another one that I guess honorable mention would be that blue-butted one. That one, when it wants to catch that gear and go, young lady does a nice job. At times, she wants to get a little far away. Maybe at times, she just loses the judge. And so there's also a couple production barrows here that just kind of got to work on some distance and work on that control. But at the same time, we definitely considered them within this. And so I think it comes down to a trio. And as we're looking for that reserve, or as we're looking for grand, I guess might as well just go ahead and say who your grand champion is going to be, and then we'll talk reserve. So there's one individual from a distance, from a speed, from a control of their animal without having to overwork them, is just kind of surfaced and continued to surface. Maybe didn't hit the ring with as much just power. Maybe didn't hit the ring and said, hey, look at me, I'm here to win showmanship. But as the drives worn on, he settled down, got comfortable. Young man right over here will be your champion intermediate showman. And so for us, it really comes down, and this was our discussion, was on reserve. And there, I think you can go either way, and we talked about it either way. Just to kind of talk through both of them, no particular order. The young lady with the belted, when that one first hit the ring, needed to really work that one. Didn't want to cooperate, wanted to stutter more than what we wanted to see. And as the drive's worn on, she's gotten more comfortable, but still having to just work that head, push it maybe more than what we'd want. We want to just allow that pig to relax, get its head up and go, without having to force it and push it a little bit more than what we'd like to see. Young lady with the spotted one, as far as distance, control, location, really good job. She's always where she needs to be, and as far as just getting that pig to that location, really good. For us, maybe just some more personal preferences. She's got her hand on that pig the whole time, and so we just get that as a little distracting, wants to take away from that silhouette of the pig. Instead of seeing the silhouette of the pig, we're seeing her hand. And so just a minor thing, but as we're looking at intermediate, it's those minor things that are going to sort the pair. And so the young lady with the belted gilt is going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate showman was Brennan McGuire. His awards were sponsored by Kennedy Insurance, Prescription Feeds, DeKalb Feeds, and Joe and Gwen and Tad to Brockhorst. Your reserve was Haley Brunn. Her awards were sponsored by Giro Genetics. Now entering the ring is your junior showmanship.
attention everybody. First call, 20 minutes guys. First call, 20 minutes guys.
let's give our junior showmen a real nice round of applause out here. They're doing a really, really good job. Very, very competitive. If you guys just want to kind of shut them down for a second, that way, because I know some of these are starting to get warmed up pretty good, and I know we're probably going to end up showing a few of them here in a little bit, and we've got our decisions kind of made here on this particular. That way, the hogs are just comfortable as they come back around to get showed again a little bit later. But again, I think on junior showmanship, and again, like I mentioned there in the earlier division, showmanship is done and won at home. I think it's one of the ones that if we work hard at it and get the hogs comfortable with you and themselves and the driving stick that you're using and just getting comfortable with the show ring, those are some of the things. Quality-wise, we've never discussed what the quality of the pigs that are in front of us, but we do want them presented well. We want them to have good skin and hair quality to them. We want them to look like they've been healthy, look like they've been comfortable, they've been worked with the kind of manners that we're looking for, and I see that in all of these. I think the kids have done a great job with their projects of getting them presented, coming to the fair, and doing all those things, I think, really well. Like we talked about, in showmanship, it's a partnership between you and your project out here, and it becomes down to one day and one time, and some of you, my production kids have showed the pigs earlier today, you've got probably a little bit of an opportunity to figure out which one's maybe the most comfortable in the show ring. So make sure you kind of put the one that's the most comfortable to come out here, to come back, to go again from their structural build that allows them to kind of be comfortable and do those kinds of things. I know the kids that are showing in the other side of the market show are getting out here for the first times, and they probably have, I would guess, probably have jackpotted them a time or two, so they've gotten an opportunity to get a chance to get out. I encourage the young people or young parents, if you're going to get an opportunity to strengthen your particular skill set with your kids, your grandkids, catch a few shows, get them used to it, get comfortable going on a trailer, getting a chance to get the kids and the pigs comfortable with the type of environment. You'll have even a better experience in the future as you kind of work your way to it. It was close. We think there's 3 or 4 kids, I think, that kind of surfaced for us in here. Our champion showman, again, I think is the pig and her work really well together. I think they're very comfortable. She's got that pig in motion out there. It's always attentive, always smile. And again, it's pretty much business on hand. We never lost focus as we got driving out there. Honestly, you can see she's pretty comfortable with this pig out here also. It's a young lady straight away out here with the bell. The one's going to be our champion out of this group. For reserve, and again, I think pretty close in here. I think there's 3 of them that I think that are that tie or buy for the reserve spot. That's my young man with the Duroc Barrow, my young lady over here with the Hampshire, and my young man with the Yorkshire Gilt. I think these 3, are very strong. I think they work at it very hard from the standpoint of making our decisions maybe just a little bit closer. My Duroc young man does a nice job as we get out here. Probably get lost in the corners maybe just a little bit, and I think that goes for everybody. I think just get lost a little bit on the outside edges, not staying out in front of them, and probably lost focus just a little bit at times. And so those would be the little things I'd work on as you work into the future. But you do a nice job out here and kind of keep them comfortable. My young lady with the belted one right out here straight away from me again does a nice job. I thought, quite honestly, I thought maybe she'd push just a little bit harder on me. I would say probably from our perspective as we're watching and working through the kids, I would say we probably lost just a little bit of focus as about halfway through. Probably I would push probably the eye of the tiger up just a little bit more for me as we continue from the standpoint of working through that showmanship. And so I think that maybe is a little bit of the difference or the deal breaker, I think, as we kind of look at that. And my young man that's got the Yorkshire over here, a good eye contact, drives very well, does a nice job, gets lost just a little bit. To be honest with you, he kind of grew on me as the drive continued, and I think just his focus and having a little more of the eye of the tiger, he's going to end up being our reserve over here. Let's give him a real nice round of applause. Give all of our kids a real nice round for participating. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman went to Bristol Young. Her awards were sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic, Cedar Family Farms, DeKalb Feeds, and Joe, Gwen, and Tad to Brockhorst. Your reserve was Layson Muntz, and his awards were sponsored by Giro Genetics. Let's go ahead and give one more round of applause for Brady McNeil, our judge from our production show this morning. He did a great job working with our kids. Let's give him one more thank you for everything he did.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Denler. I am the 17-year-old daughter of Darren and Karen Denler from Crawfordsville, Iowa, and I am your 2023 Washington County Fair Princess. I will be a senior this year at Waco High School, and I hope you all have a fantastic fair.
Now in the show ring is your first and only class of your home-raised barrows. So your first and second place will be your champion and reserve home-raised barrow.
Well, let's give our kids out here a real nice round of applause. I think we've got a real nice start to our Hoke show here on the market side here that I'm working through today. And again, I think close. I think we got all of the home raised ones in one class. And so we got some weight deviation. I think, and of course, Source trying to weigh a little of that into the equation. But I think, again, they're all marketable size. I think we're just on the top side or the bottom side of the scale when we look at these. But I think close. I think there's a real nice place to get started out here. This young lady's bear that's coming out across here, I think it's kind of totals up about as well as we've got in here. A one that got a big old monster, kind of an upper hip and rump working in him. He has really good dimensional shape down low. He's very good in his skeleton. You watch him out here in motion, I think his angles are really good, feet and legs. He gets out and reaches really well, but then he ties all that muscular shape, the right kind of turn, the right kind of base width off both ends. You don't have to make any excuses for him. I think one that still manages, I think, really good on the top side of his body with some spread and some shape and does it really, really well. The bear I'm going to go in the 2 spot, probably is just a nickel fresher when we start talking right in his hip loin, is the bear that the young man's got coming across here to my left. I think that one there's probably just a nickel fresher on the top side. I do think he's probably just a little crustier in his neck, a little rounder in his build, but I think one there that I still like extremely well with the extra power shape, the upper hip and rump. I don't know if his range of motion and just ease of movement and getting out as well as the bear that we're going to end up winning in this particular division or class that'll lead off with, I think is close. The third place bear out here, and again, I think is close. I think, again, he's probably, for me, is good from a feet and legs and good from the standpoint of design. When we get off the side of him and the way he moves out, is still square enough in his build. He's not as fresh on the top side. I wouldn't expect him to probably be quite as big back from the standpoint of shape and muscle in relationship to those two bigger ones out there. Like the future of that one, it goes down the road. I think his mold and design, he wants to get outside of himself just a little bit, and so we're going to have to watch to protect that down the road. Good bear that comes out here next just gets out hustled on the top side of his body. When we start talking about spread of width and extra turn when we get up to the top side of his body. This one here we'd like to make a little better there, but he's tall fronted, he's good looking from the side, he's got plenty of muscle on his hip and his rump design. Skeletal build's real good. Just shape him up just a little bit. One of the higher condition bears that we've got coming out here next, his internal dimension is just incredible. He has a big old engine in him. He comes at you with some body, some ribs, some squareness yet to him. Again, you can see a little more flesh pushing on him as we get down to the lower third of his cavity. He's a little more moderate in his build. think we're probably hit capacity from his weight and size of the way his build is or how we would manage him today as he's come along. But I think good solid bear there. My last purple that comes out, another bear there that again has muscular shape, good kind of a build. I think skeleton is really good as you start talking about skeletal design, still solid enough to get in here. And then our bears we're going to finish up the drive with are still really nice kind of bears that come out with that are extra lean. You can see their blade works very clean out through there. They're still clean through the lower third of their bodies. Get out here. They want to work up on their toes just a little more. They don't sit down quite as much feature, but don't take anything away from them hogs. They're still going to cut, I think, extremely well. So let's give these kids here a real nice round of applause in our first class. Congratulations.
Results from your class of home-raised barrows. First place in a purple went to Riley Leib. Second place in a purple went to Jacob Leib. Third place in a purple went to Emma Cole. Fourth place in a purple went to Riley Leib. Fifth place in a purple went to Gavin Greiner. Sixth place in a purple went to Cole Cash. Seventh place in a blue went to Joseph Paca. Eighth place in a blue went to Tyler Rogers. And ninth place in a blue went to Tyler Rogers. That was our one and only class of home-raised barrows. So there were awards for the top 5 in that class. Those were donated by United Animal Health, United Animal Health, Washington Ag Supply, Miss Emma's Junk Tinky at Slim's, and Fred Greiner Pioneer Seeds. Your champion was Riley Leib. Her banner was sponsored by Roger and Kathleen Brenning. Your reserve was Jacob Leib. His banner was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Third place overall was Emma Cole. Fourth, Riley Cole. And fifth, Gavin Greiner.
First call, class 10 purchase barrels. First call, class 10 purchase barrels.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor Bartholomew, the daughter of Scott and Michelle Bartholomew. This upcoming fall, I will be a senior at Washington High School. I'm a part of the Franklin Cubs 4-H Club, and I am this year's Washington County Fair Queen.
Currently in the ring, we have our first class of purchase barrows. Our exhibitors have probably noticed this year. Our wash tracks here at the Washington County Fair got an upgrade. And so we have some people we need to thank for those upgrades. First of all, our fair board, but also the following sponsors: 4-H County Council, Vidito Incorporated, Blake Hirschberger Enterprises, B&L Concrete, Ginrich Well and Pumping, and Lyle Sexton. Thank you for your support of the Washington County Fair and the Swine Project. Some other thank yous we have to do today. Swine Trucking was sponsored by Holmes Livestock Logistics. Derby scan fees, insurance fees, and pork checkoff fees were all sponsored by Brenneman Fork. So thank you to those sponsors.
Let's give our kids out here a real nice round of applause. Got a real nice class of bears as we work into our purchase division. I've went ahead and laid 3 of these over here in the purple side that'll get worked back through as we get to the final part of the division, and I think pretty close. And it's one that I think as you kind of study, you kind of work your way through them. I've got a couple of these that are kind of on the bubble, I think, that are close to going on over there. One of the bears is the young man coming across here. I think a bear there that's got tremendous amount of shape, tremendous amount of muscle working on this bear. He wants to work outside himself a little bit. I'd love to speed his motion up, but I think if we do that, I think we become maybe just a little more uncomfortable behind. The other bear that I think is real close coming in is the bear that's coming right at me. That front 2/3 of this one, I love this one guy, a bunch out through the front third of his body. Love to lengthen his rump up, square him just a little bit when we get out through there. Another bear that I think is close to going into the purple group is a young man that's coming right out in front of me. Old big-bodied, kind of big shapey kind of bear. Gets a little bit further outside of himself from behind. Got just a nickel more on him when we get to the lower third of his cavity. And then we get the 3 bears that are going to kind of finish up the drive out here. Again, I think are very high quality. I think they need to still stay in the blue ribbon group. Probably want to just piece them together just a little bit differently. The blue bear has got really nice shape on the top side of his body as we get out here. He's not quite as heavy structured, maybe not quite as pulled apart down low. Stouting him just a little bit, a little plainer muscle bear that's coming out through here. Another stout, kind of thick made kind of bear that's not quite as fresh on the top side of his body as we get out through there. So another good high quality class. Let's give all of these kids a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your first class of purchase barrows. Receiving purple ribbons in that class were Jack Greiner, Greta Siren, and Lane Norman. Receiving blue, Elisa Hoyle, Nicholas Peck, Chase Brunn, Isaac Striegel, Preston Ford, and Madison Gent. Now entering the show ring is Class 2 purchase barrows.
really nice class again. A little smaller in numbers. I think quality is good all the way through. To me, that becomes kind of a natural separation here. I've kept two in I call them the purple group, and I think there's some that are close. I think that fall into the purple group as we get kind of some natural separation out in through here. The bear that's going across over here to my right, one that I like really well. He's probably the next one that I think buys for that next spot into the position. This one here wants to bow just a little bit when he comes at you. I'd probably open him up just a little bit at the ground and stouten him just a little bit of the just muscular shape up there. But I think a really good bear that's very, very close. Bear that I would think probably going the next spot is the young lady's bear that's coming across the middle of the ring there. The one that's got shape, got muscle. He's really long front and got a neat kind of a look. I think proportions, really well. He's a little too soft on his pasterns, and he kind of overcompensates for his structure with those pasterns as we get out there. But I think it's close. Probably the heaviest structured one sitting right out here in front of me. I think one that if you're looking for one that's just got lots and lots of feature, I think that one's got foot and bone and feature. He gives up a little more muscular shape, a little more what I call show ring look. He's a little more down-headed and doesn't have that outer turn to his body like we kind of like to have. And a bear that we're going to finish up the drive that's still good on his feet and legs. He, again, probably a little plainer in his build through the center third of his body. Doesn't give you quite the dimensional shape and probably the highest condition one we've got. So, again, give those kids a real nice round of applause. They're working them on up.
Results from Class 2 purchase barrows. In the purple category, we had Mason Shalla and Carly Greiner. Receiving blues in that class, Emma Greiner, Corbin Vasquez, Peyton Brunn, and Hayden Norman. Now entering the show ring is purchase barrows Class 3.
Attention reminders for your second call, class 4, purchase barrels. Second call, class 4, purchase barrels.
Currently in the show ring, we have Jenna Waters wearing a gray polo. Those gray polos are signifying our 4-H seniors. They are sponsored by Whithoff Farms and is the Washington County's way of giving our senior 4-Hers some special recognition. So let's give a round of applause for Jenna.
Really a nice class out here again. I think small little differences, quite honestly, between the top 8 or 9 that we had in this class. And again, the 3 that I'm going to let out now for the blue side, again, I think just little things that different judge, different day may look at them just a little bit different. Like I told the young lady with the blue bear, the front 2/3 of this one just is a beast. I think he's tall-fronted, good-looking, and unfortunately, that's not the whole assembly. And so we get in the back half of that one, and left rear's kind of wanting to punch his back leg there just a little bit, and he gets a little straighter from basically from the middle of that joint all the way down to the hock to ground. We fix that one, and then he gets to be a contender on the other side. Bear that's going to walk out a little quicker built to the lower third, gets out hustled maybe a little bit on features we get out there. And the bear that to my right that we're going to let out is a blue. And again, I think good quality individual. Just not the spread or natural thickness on the top side of this bear to play with these top 4 or 5 that we went ahead and kept. So please give those kids a real nice round of applause, and then we'll go ahead and work back through the purples again eventually.
Attention reminders, Chase Brown and Peyton Davis barrels for class 4. Chase Brown and Peyton Davis ran your class 4 purchase barrel to the show.
Results from Class 3 purchase barrows. In the purple category, we have Brody Griner, Emma Griner, Charlotte Searin, Jack Griner, and Preston Ford. Receiving blues, we have Madison Gent, Greta Searin, and Jenna Waters. Now entering the ring is Class 4 purchase barrows. Currently, we have another senior 4-H'er in the show ring wearing that gray polo. We have Mariah Krantz. So let's give her a round of applause for another senior 4-H'er. Attention, we have a white Honda Pilot with Polk County plates, MDP 469. It is just east of the show ring. It needs to be moved, or it will be towed.
Real nice heavyweight class to kind of finish up with. Went and set the group over here. Then we're going to run in the purple group, and I've just got one here that's going to be in the blue group. And like I discussed with the young lady, I think one that just needs to be a little stouter featured, and you can see he's putting a little more condition on, which you expect for a heavyweight. But we would like maybe just a little more muscular shape kind of working in him, but to get into that purple group over here. But she's done a nice job with it. We'll give her a real nice round of applause, and then we'll work through our purples. Congratulations.
Results from Class 4 Purchase Barrows. Receiving purple, Jenna Waters, Bryn Young, Peyton Davis, Mariah Cron, and Bristol Young. Receiving a blue was Eliza Hoyle. Now we are getting things set up to pick our top 5 purchase barrows from those classes. So we will bring back all of our purple category barrows to find our top 5 purchase barrows.
attention in the barn. Green, Riley and Jacob Lives, champion in reserve, home race girls back for showing. Again, we need Riley and Jacob Lives, champion in reserve, home race girls back for showing.
While Al's sorting the top place in the last year of the purchase barrows, I just go ahead and, for some of those that weren't here earlier, introduce him again. Our judge for the day here this afternoon right now is Mr. Al Schminke from Van Horn, Iowa. Al has grown up raising mainly Chester White Hogs all his life and started raising them with his dad and his grandpa for many, many years. On top of that, now him and his wife Candy, along with their son Cody and daughter Chelsea have Schminke Genetics there at Van Horn. I have a very successful show pig and show lamb operation, 15 to 20 Chester white sows and 300 plus show lamb, club lamb ewes on feed. On top of that, Al farms just a little bit and then is the national accounts manager for Mormon Showtech Feed. Let's give him a big Washington County welcome and thank him for being here today, our Judge Al Schminke.
Let's give these young folks out here a real nice round of applause. This is excellent, excellent show. Getting back to kind of doing a few county fairs and doing some things that allows me to kind of get the time to do it. And as I was driving down here in the hour drive down this morning, of course you reflect back on it's been a while. I guess I don't realize how long it's been judging for 40 years, and I suppose probably somewhere in that 20-year span in the middle there, I was down here and judged your county fair, and it's one of the best in the country, not just Iowa. It's one of the best in the country, and quite honestly, as we got into the Barra show here again, there's no disappointment. I've had a chance to get out from the Midwest all the way to the East and West Coast and doing a few barrow shows this summer on the county fair level. And if you win the Washington County Fair Barrow Show, you've got something done here. And so give all these kids, again, a real nice round of applause. These are 15 really, really nice barrows. This is close as you get out here. And, again, I think as you kind of watch and you study these out here, I'm going to tell you they're probably going to they could get moved around a little bit if a committee was out here because of the little subtle differences. And, again, I guess I'm the guy that's going to get a chance to put them together and the way I see him from the standpoint of presentation. And the barrow that's going to go in the 5th spot, and I think a really nice barrow. I think this one's ultra fresh. I like the immaturity that he shows to me. I think he's still stout. He's really bold through the center part of his body. He has really got a great big old leg on him from a standpoint of feature and combines some muscle, I think, really well. He gets just a nickel lazy in his top line, and I'd probably freshen him just a little bit. But my 5th place barrow, let's give him a real nice round of applause, is a young man right out here. Nice job, bud. 4th, and again, I think the barrow there that I think that ties together, I think feet and legs, I think really well. He just assembles really good. I think freshness-wise, I'd freshen him a nickel if I could, but I love the still got the kind of spread that he's got up on the top side of his body. He does want to push just a little bit on his left rear. That's kind of get him in just a nickel bit of trouble on these top 5. But the way he comes out from a silhouette standpoint of being really tall-fronted and still transitions out through his top line, got that big old upper hip and rump working in him. He ties into his flank, and I like the youthfulness that he does show to me. The young lady's done a great job on skin and hair. And that's going to be a young lady with the belted barrow there. A little lighter one in here. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. I think really nice barrow. Nice job, kiddo. As you get out here for these top 3, and again, I can see cards marked lots of different directions on here, and again, I think pretty close, and I'm probably a little more old school. I guess it's one of those deals. I still like these things being really tall-fronted, good-looking, and then we shape the muscle and skeletal build that we've got out here, and I think all of them do that well. The barrow that I'm going to go in the 3rd spot for me, probably if I was going to change him just a little, and he's got lots of power, he's got lots of shape, he's got lots of structure kind of, I'd probably fix him just a little bit in the crest of his neck. I'd probably try to manage him just a little bit in his hip loin tie-up. He's fresh enough in there, but he's not quite as smooth. He is just a nickel more moderate, but he's my kind of thick, stout, still heavy bone. But those little things I want to transition just a little bit differently on him, especially with the depth, the level of quality we've got. The blue barrow, give this young man a real nice round of applause. He's going to end up going 3rd. As we get out here, and these top pair of barrows out here, and again, I'm sure everybody can mark these a lot of different directions. Both these barrows are tall-fronted. They've got a neat kind of a look kind of working with them. From a standpoint of muscular shape, both are fresh up on the top side. They transition really well. The barrow that probably suits me the best, and when I get off to the side of him, and again, you kind of watch these guys out here in motion going back and forth, and basically his angles of the way he ties into his upper part of his hip and the way he ties down to his hip and rear leg. He's got a little more extra length of rump. He's got just a nickel more extra length to stifle, but then he has a little more extra spread just right up on the top side as he manages it out there. This one's really ultra clean and good looking. Give and take one way or another. My champion out of this division is going to be the white belt. The young ladies out here in the front. Reserve will be the young lady right behind her. Let's give both of them a real nice round of applause in our whole class. Nice job. We can talk about these as they're coming out here just a little bit. So I know we didn't mention anything about them as they're kind of rolling out. Real thick-ended, very shapy kind of a barrow comes here. He may be the widest one for me as we come through the direction, and that's why he kind of gets himself worked up in here. For me, I'd like to drop a little more flank into him, loosen him up just a little bit as we watch him kind of work out here. That one's got a big top, big old upper hip, big old upper rump working into him. Like that really well about him. Another barrow that's really tall-fronted still, got some shape and muscularity. The young lady's got him fresh on the top side. Change his rear leg just a little bit as we watch this one go out. Everything gets a little bit shorter as we look at proportions. We like to lengthen his stride out just a nickel more. Barrow that's coming here next, he would come out of that lightweight class, and you can tell he's a young freshman. He gets out hustled just from the standpoint of stoutness and feature. Probably not quite as fresh when we get right up on the top side of his body, but I think one there that still tall-fronted. I still have some future with him of being a lightweight working out here. Bear that I moved up. Honestly, when you come in class, young man, I didn't know if I'd carry you this high, but I think feet and legs are where this one gets around. He's so comfortable in the ring. I kept working him on up. He needs a little more center body, a little more center blade working through him to stouten him up and just make him have a little more feature there. But feet and legs, I think, are really good. Barry here again that comes through the class that comes in the purple group. A lot of muscle and shape. Back third of him we like really well. He probably wants to settle down just a little bit in his blade. We make him just a nickel taller fronted. But I think one that's got a lot of product, a lot of shape working into this particular barrel. One that gets a little bit shorter hipped and rumped. It gets a little shorter in his stride. But you talk about one again that's really thick, comes out of that heavyweight class, got a great big back shape. He may measure with much loin and loin shape as any of them that we've got. Probably just wanted to re-sculpt his skeleton just a little bit to get him to play with the rest of them up through there. As we kind of continue, as we watch them kind of work their way out now, we start giving up just a little more muscular shape. We've got a few of our lighter weight ones here that come rolling out, but you can kind of see as the hip loins kind of work out of some of them. You don't have near the spread right up on the top side of their body. But again, I think they're good high-quality bearers here that deserve to be in that purple ribbon group as you watch them and kind of work their way out. Just want to change them just a nickel and a spot or two on the top side of their body, but I think a real good quality. Let's give all these kids, again, a real nice round of applause. They're working on up.
Results from your purchase barrows. All top 5 will receive cash awards. Those are sponsored by Farmers Co-op, Mose Levy, Stout Heritage Farms. Your champion was Mariah Cron. Her awards were sponsored by Bazooka Farm Store. Your reserve was Bryn Young. Her banner was sponsored by Hog Slap. 3rd overall went to Mason Shalla. 4th overall went to Emma Greiner, and 5th overall went to Jack Greiner. We are now going to show your champion purchase barrow against your champion home raised barrow to select a grand champion crossbred market barrow.
Let's give our kids out here a real nice round of applause on our barrow drive out here. Really, really good. And you get them out here, and you put both of them out, and again, I think each individual represents each situation. I think the best for the purchased or raised, and I think quality's good. I'd expect that out of our raised group also. I think we've got young people and parents and mom and dads and breeders that can make them good anywhere in the country, and I expect that in here. And I like both of these, I think, really well. Personally, the one that's just a nickel square for me, I think, especially when you get up on the top side of it, he comes a little more natural spread from a standpoint of the squareness. I think he's just a little bit better out through his head and neck design. He cracks open, I think, really well. He's got a neat show ring look with a lot of power. The barrow right here in front of me, young lady's got, will be champion. Congratulations. as we get out here for reserve bear. And again, I think close as we get out here. And again, I think as I study these, the same references back of what we're kind of looking for the standpoint of the little advantages, the bear that I'm going to use for reserve really got a neat kind of a look out through the front third. He's really heavy structured and good on his feet and legs. The reserve bear out of the last division will be the reserve. Congratulations, young lady. As we get out here for our top five, and again, I think pretty close. The blue bear comes in and joins in here, and I think close as I kind of watch them. I do come back to the bear there that, again, I think probably just for me transitions really well. He's got good, fresh kind of a body, kind of a look to him, lots of power kind of look. The young lady's homegrown one here will be our third out. Congratulations. Yeah, as we come out here for fourth overall, and again, a pair of barrels that are very similar, I think, from standpoint of just base width and shape and feature. Again, I think one's just a little more comfortable in motion as we get out here. And again, I like him really well. I think he's a really good individual. The blue bear here will be our fourth out. Let's give him a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. As we get out here for fifth out, and again, I think relatively close, I think, until we get right up on the top side of him. Again, the bear there just got quite a little more spread up to his upper forerib and maintains it out through his hip and rump, and still's got enough kind of a look out through there. Young lady closest to me, she'll be the fifth out. Let's give her a real nice round of applause, and my young man. Congratulations.
Results, your top five champion crossbred market barrows. Your grand champion went to Mariah Cron. Her banner was sponsored by the Feed Energy Company. Your reserve went to Bryn Young. Her banner was sponsored by Vidito Insurance. Third overall was Riley Lieb. Fourth, Mason Shalla. In fifth, Emma Greiner. We are now going to move into your home-raised market gilts. There's only one class, so your top five in here will be your top five.
Attention down, first call, purchase goods, class 1. First call, purchase market goods, class 1.
Really nice class here in our homegrown division. And again, I think we got a real nice set of them that kind of worked their way through. And I think for me, they kind of line up, I think, like they need to. I'm going to use the black-headed one out across there to the middle to lead off this division. I think one that, for me, that I think really cracks open, I think, really well, stays assembled really fresh. Up on the top side, got a great big old center cavity working into her, a lot of muscular shape, really good on her feet and legs to get out there. I think proportions up, I think, really well as you watch that one kind of work. A little more moderate one that I'm going to go into the reserve spot or the second spot in here. I think one there that's got some rib and some body. She still goes really good on her feet and legs also. You can see she gets a little bit shorter out through her neck, a little shorter out of her hip and rump design, but you get through the center part of her is where she kind of excels. I'd maybe just try to get her to piece just a little bit with a little more length, hopefully. I think that's just the way her moderate size is. Kind of puts her into that position for me and going to second. Third comes out, a really good design one there. It's right behind Jamie. That's good build. She's tall fronted. She just runs out of a little more muscular shape on the top side of her body. I think good built when you get off the side. Doesn't have near quite the spread. It wants to kind of push just a little bit as we get right out to the front end of her. Get a little more rib, but just a shot more body. We do have a little more rib and body in fourth out there. Real heavy structure as you watch her. And for me, she gets just a little bit piecier as the way we tie up into her neck and out through that front end of this particular gill. She's just a little coarser in her build, but I think one's really good and solid. And then as we finish up 5, 6, and 7, they just don't have the dimensional shape there our top four have got. But still nice hogs that are going to still be lean. They need to be a little more pounds heavy as we work our way down the road. So let's give these kids, again, a real nice round of applause as they're working their way on out.
Attention on line, first call, purchase deals class 2. First call, purchase deals class 2.
Results from your home raised gilts. All top 5 will get cash awards. The donors for those are United Animal Health, Washington State Bank, Brett West Family, Ameriprise Financial, and DeKalb Feeds. Your champion was Riley Lieb. That her banner was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Your reserve was Jovi Evans. Her banner was sponsored by Nick and Jana Shala. Third went to Emma Cole. Fourth to Gavin Greiner. And fifth to Alexis Paca. Now in the ring is your first class of purchased market gilts.
As we get out here for our first class here in our purchased gilt division, again, I think there's a real nice logical place to kind of get started, and then you kind of debate just a little bit. But this young lady's belted one out here in front of me. I think it's a real nice starting spot. I think one there again that as this little gal gets this one trained, I think this one here, even so, I think one that's tall fronted. I think it's got a really kind of a neat design when we get off to the side of it. Still heavy structured, skeleton's built right. Everything kind of goes the right direction on her. I think a nice place to get started. Then I think there's a little more give and take, and I'm probably going to be a little tough bow or legged one over here, and so I'm going to use the darker blue over here. I'd still like to get range of motion just a little differently and better out of that rear leg, but it was one that I think she probably can sustain time just a little better. I like her muscular shape when we get on the top side of her. I'm going to go blue, purple with the other blue gilt that's coming out here. These three will be the purples that out here. Again, shape, body, foot, and bone is really good. We have some issues there from behind with the way that one goes. I'd like to change that hip and rear leg just a little bit. So 2 with the blue in front of me, 3 with the other blue. And then I'm going to go with the belted bear that's on the fourth side, in the fourth spot that my young man's got. And again, I think from a frame size, still got some shape, some muscle. Still relatively clean when we get to the lower third of its body. But to play with these other ones, you can see just don't have the extra thickness, the extra feature. And then a smaller stature, smaller feature, one that's going to go fifth. It's still a nice hog that we got out here. It's got some muscular shape, gives up a few pounds, change that one in its hip loin just a little bit, and a little smaller in kind. So let's give these young people again a real nice round of applause. They're heading on back.
Results from your first class of purchase gilts. Receiving purples, Georgia Evans, Peyton Davis, and Carly Greiner. Receiving blue, Cash Cole, and Corbin Vasquez. Now entering the ring is your second class of purchase market gilts.
another real nice class out here. And again, as you kind of work, I think they come together for me fairly nice. I think from a standpoint of kind of what we've been talking about of the pigs that have got, they're still got a good mold from the standpoint of their structural design and still got muscular shape and still got a nice kind of a look and still look like they've got some performance still kind of stuck with them and everything goes north and south. And young lady's belted. One's going to lead off this particular class. For me, I think one, again, that's tall-fronted, a good look, still stout enough feature. I think probably the closest decision for me is between 2 and 3, and then I think when you start totaling up muscular shape and center body and rib, the young lady here is going to end up going second in this particular class. There's a lot of power. That one's still heavy bone, very shapely, still got enough forerib and body, kind of working on that one, a nice turn. The third, and it's going to be in my purple group also, the all black gilt over here to my left. And again, I think one that's got some natural thickness and shape. Probably just doesn't have quite the spread right on the top side of his body for those top pair, but I think a real good quality individual. And it looks like one that was going in the 4th spot. He's going to end up going in my blue group. Looks like one that's been kind of an easy growing kind of a hog there. It's got some body and some rib. We don't have just the spread, natural shape up on the top side as these other 3, but it looks like it's been easy growing, done well for this young lady with some body and some ribs. So please give her and the rest of the class a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your Class 2 purchase gilts receiving purple ribbons: Greta Searin, Madison Gent, and Callie Brink. Receiving a blue, Aliza Hoyle. We will now pick a top 5 purchase gilts.
We had a real nice gilt show out here. Let's give these kids out here a real nice round of applause. Really good in our purchase gilt. Again, it's I was going to mark the cards before they come out. I thought I had them kind of in my mind. That's why we redrive them, and I'm going to change my mind up a little bit. I think there's a pair of them that I think work on each other. I think fairly close from the standpoint of their design and mold and makeup as we get out here. the gilt that I'm going to use. And I think when you get right behind them, I think that's where we start separating them, just natural pin width and shape and muscle. And and I know I've got a young, youthful showman on the run that I'm going to use for champion. When she gets comfortable and get this one's gait to kind of work like it needs to, I think it'll become even easier for me. But she's going to keep working at it, do hard at it. Our lightweight gilt over here will end up being our champion. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. For reserve, and again, I think that you can kind of paint the same kind of a picture from the design and the mold standpoint. This one here is really good looking and good design. I'd give her just a little more natural shape from behind compared to our champion out there. Come out of our heavyweight, this young lady with the belted one. This will be our reserve. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. And then for third out, and again, I think close, but I like the power this one possesses. I may reassemble it just a little better, but in the same breath, I think it is the best one assembled with the shape and muscle. The all-black gilt going across here will be the third out. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. Then I'm going to follow up in fourth with my blue. I have a darker blue over here. I think one, again, shape, muscle, dimensional shape up on the top side, followed with my other blue over here will be our fifth out. Let's give all these kids, again, a real nice round of applause. Congratulations, guys.
Results for your top 5 purchase gilts. All top 5 will receive cash awards. Those are sponsored by Washington State Bank, Brian and Shannon Griner families, Hills Bank and Trust Company, JBS Don Lewis family. Your champion went to Peyton Davis. Her banner was sponsored by A&N Fishback Acres. Your reserve went to Greta Siren. Her banner was sponsored by Feed Energy Company. Third went to Callie Brink. Fourth went to Carly Griner. And fifth went to Georgia Evans. We are now going to select a top 5 crossbred market gilts.
Again, we've had a really good gilt show out here, and again, I think both of these, again, of the quality we've had all the way through the gilt show resemble them, I think, really well from the standpoint of what we're looking for. Again, they're tall fronted, got really neat kind of shape and muscularity. I think, again, one for me kind of totals up when you get behind her. She's very square. She's still very elegant and clean up to the front end. She still has cutability and shape. Plenty of spread up on the top side of that one's body and shape. Kind of a dual purpose one, I think, as you kind of talk about this one. I'm going to use the young lady here to my right. She'll be champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
As we get out here for a reserve, and again, I think pretty close. I think as you watch, and again, I could kind of make a little bit of a case for both of them. The one I'm going to use, and again, suits me really well. The comfort zone that this one's got, the total muscle shape, really ultra fresh in its appearance as we get out here. I'm going to use the homegrown one here for reserve. Congratulations. as we work through to our top 5, our third out. And again, this one here really good, I think, from the design, especially when you get off to the side. I was tall fronted, got a good look, good kind of a build. Everything stays assembled, I think, really well. It's long where it needs to be long and ties together balance. Young lady right here in front of me will be third out. Congratulations, young lady. As we go out here for our 4th and 5th out, and again, I'm going to lean to just a little bit of my older tradition, the power, shape, muscle. Still big-footed, stout feature. I think everything stays assembled pretty well, but still has enough extras, I think, from out there. I'm going to use the all-black gilt for 4th out. Young ladies over here for 5th out. Let's give all these kids, again, a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results for your grand champion crossbred market gilt. Your champion went to Peyton Davis. Her banner was sponsored by Vidito Insurance. Your reserve went to Riley Live. Her banner was sponsored by Siren Swine Farm. 3rd overall went to Greta Siren. 4th overall went to Callie Brink. And 5th overall went to Jovi Evans. We are now going to move into our purebred market show. Our first class is purebred market hogs Duroc.
First call, purebred market hog spots. First call, purebred market hog spots.
Nice set of Duroc barrows out here. Let's give these kids out here a real nice round of applause. Nice set of them out here. And again, I think the top one in here for me is just a real comfortable young man's coming across the center of the ring. I think one there kind of combines some things. His skeletal build and, again, shape, muscle up on the top side, big old long stifle kind of working him. He cracks open, got some power coming out through the front side. Going to be a little bit tough on him. I maybe change his pass turns just a little bit up front, but I think that one there we can kind of forgive for all the other things he brings to the table. Followed by the young ladies barrow over here to my right. One, again, probably is a little bit taller fronted. Don't have the outer curvature to his cage like the barrow that we've got, and probably just stouting his feature up just a little bit. If those two things come with him, depending on how he's getting managed, he may get a chase that big one a little bit. The barrow that goes in third, still going to stay in my purple group there. For me, just range of motion, quite a little shorter in its step, and set the angle just a little bit differently out of the front end, but still got a good design when we get off to the side. Coming next in our 4th, 5th, and 6th spots, they're going to fall into our blue group as we watch them kind of come rolling out. And again, just skeletal base of width. They come a little bit narrower down to the lower part of their chest plate. They get a little straighter out of their blade, a little straighter out of their hock. Don't have quite the dimensional shape that some of our others do in that top 3. So let's give our Duroc kids a real nice round of applause as they're walking back out.
Results from your purebred Market Hog Duroc class. Receiving purple, Peyton Ford, Haley Brunn, and Preston Ford. Receiving blue, Caleb Vasquez, Hayden Norman, and Layson Muntz. Now entering the show ring is your purebred Market Hog spots.
As we get out here in our spot division, and again, I think they kind of, for me, kind of fall together like they need to. Young man going right across the middle is going to lead off. Let's have the champion spot barrow. And I think one there, again, that's got a real nice mold, a real good design to him. He's tall-fronted. Probably, to be honest with you, you could probably release off his head just a little bit. let him kind of naturally settle into that forearm and the way he's going. His angles look pretty good on him. He's got a big old upper hip and rump. I think a nice place to get started. Followed in reserve will be the barrel there's following right behind him. I think one there kind of functions, I think, fairly well from the shape, muscle. He's still fresh enough. You change him a nickel and a spot or two, but I think he's kind of the logical one to kind of go into the 3 spot, I think, as we kind of study this particular bear from the standpoint of his shape and muscle. I'm going to go third with a young man clearing the far corner down there. A little bigger outline bear there that he's fighting the ring here now, but I think he's probably the one that's got the ability to go up into some bigger weights, I think, yet with the frame size he's got and enough turn to his body that'll allow him to kind of do that. Real muscular bear that I'm going to go in fourth with that's over here to my left. I think one there that's got a lot of product. He's pretty moderate in his build, but I think shape, muscularity, they're going to take a lot of pressure on him. But then bear in fifth is a young man with the cap on going across there. Good built one from the side, just doesn't have the dimension and shape to work with that top 4 right now. As a bigger one, I think he does have some future. Kind of had him in a little smaller, more moderate run here coming across. That's going to go in the 6th spot here. A lot of shape, a lot of muscle, just in a little smaller package. So let's give these young people, again, a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your purebred Market Hog spots. Receiving purple ribbons, Lane Norman and Cash Cole. Receiving blue ribbons, Emma Cole, Kayla Vasquez, Isaac Striegel, and Nicholas Peck. Now entering the ring is purebred Market Hogs, all other breeds.
Really got a nice class. AOBs, we got our Chesters and a Yorkshire and a Tam out here. We're going to put all 4 of them in the purple group. And again, I think quality, is really good with all 4. I think all 4 represent their breeds really well. The Chester Bear, the little Chester Bear going across the ring here. Anybody knows my background, that's what we raised, I've grown up with. And this is a good one. This one here, this one's, I don't know where he's at weight-wise at this point. Projected, I assume, headed to State Fair with him. I think that one's going to look dynamite by the time we hit there. That one's mold design, feet and legs. All hog people will like that one. His feet and legs are good. His feet and bone. This young lady's got the shape that we're kind of looking for. Really ultra clean. He's long where he needs to be long in his joints, but still moderate and ties the things together, I think, really well. I think push close with the other Chester Bear that's out here. I think another one that's got a big top, big back in him. Just not quite the flexibility that little bear has got out of his hip and rear leg, but that's a really good bear also with shape, muscle. Comes with a little more crest and neck that we typically run into with the white ones where the little one doesn't have that at this particular. Yorkshire's going to be the third out, I think, product, shape, and muscle. And again, I think body is fresh in that one. Got a neat kind of a build. And our Tam over here is going to go fourth out in here. And still a really good Tam, I think, from the design, feet and legs. He still ties some things together, I think, really well and needs to stay into our purple group. So let's give all these young people here a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your purebred market hog all other breeds. Receiving purple, Peyton Ford, Isaac Striegel, Preston Ford, and Hayden Norman. We are now going to select a top 5 purebred market hogs.
Attention on the bar. If you have the top 5 grand champion market deal or top 5 grand champion market barrel, remember you back to the ring. This is your first call for grand champion market barrel and grand champion market deal top 5.
Let's give these kids at our Pures a real nice round of applause. I think we represent really well out here. And I think it's you get all 3 of these, the Chester, the Duroc, and the Spot. And again, I think you watch them in motion, and I think they stay together. They stay assembled really well. And again, I think design and mold. I do think there's one out here that I think is an absolute beast. I think from a standpoint of one that has the incredible kind of a look, and honestly, you'd love to raise more of them looking like him. I love the mold, his design, his feet and legs. He sets things north and south. Everything proportions like it needs to. He's very rectangular in his shape and still has a lot of upward swing. Chester Bear over there will be champion pure. Congratulations. As we go out here for reserve in our Chester Bear, there comes out of the AOB, kind of joins the group out here. And again, I think close, but I think, again, as you kind of, for me, just from a stoutness of feature, I think design and mold and range of motion, and he's very comfortable out here. The Duroc Bear here will be reserved. Let's give that young man a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. For our third out, and again, I think pretty close, but I like him just probably the next best, just the way he ties together out of his hip and rear leg. Again, he's tall front and got a neat kind of a look. We're going to use a Spot Bearer for our third out. Let's give him a real nice round of applause. Congratulations, young man. As we go for fourth out, and again, I think close as I watch them kind of work across. I'm going to lean to just a little more power, shape, and again, feature and foot and bone work. Chester Bear there, he'll be the fourth out. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. As we go into our fifth out, and again, I think close, like the structural build, and again, I'm going to lean to the one, again, that's probably, we can just tell more about. I think there's just more power and shape there to work with. Our Yorkshire Bear over there will be our fifth out. Let's give her a real nice round of applause also. Congratulations, guys.
Results for your top 5 champion purebred market hogs. All 5 of them are receiving cash awards. Those awards are sponsored by JBS, Vidito Insurance, Brenning Genetics. Your champion went to Peyton Ford. Her banner was sponsored by Larry Merrick. Your reserve went to Preston Ford. His banner was sponsored in memory of Peggy Mishk. 3rd overall, Lane Norman. 4th overall, Preston Ford. In 5th overall, Hayden Norman. We are now going to select your top 5 overall market hogs. In this overall Market Hog Grand Drive, your Grand Champion Market Barrow is being exhibited by Mariah Cron. Your Grand Champion Market Gilt is being exhibited by Peyton Davis. And your Champion Purebred Market Hog is being exhibited by Peyton Ford.
Let's give these kids out here a real nice round of applause. I think we got an excellent, excellent set of individuals within their divisions out here, and just absolutely incredible. And again, I expected nothing less as we come down here. And when the crew contacted me early this spring, or even maybe late winter, come down and do it. And I look forward to kind of coming down. And again, been around a while, and so I know a lot of folks. I know a lot of folks in this particular neck of the woods because we run a lot of the same circle in here, and it's always fun because I expect to see a lot of good hogs, and I know we got a bunch of good kids out here, and the kids have been fantastic to work with, and our ring help, and I'm not sure exactly what all we've got left to finish up on the market side of it, but if you would, folks, give the committee and the crew out here a real nice round of applause for putting on a very excellent, well-run show. And again, I think I can make a case for any one of the three out here. And again, I think the quality is really, really good. And you could probably inch by inch kind of measure up each and every one of them out here. And the one I'm going to use for champion, again, he is tall fronted. He's good looking. He's got a good build. Everything he proportions right. He's right at 12 o'clock as you watch him kind of work in motion. the crossbred bearer there the young lady's got will be champion. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mariah Cron. She exhibited your overall champion market hog and will be representing Washington County at the Southeast Iowa Showdown. She was awarded a belt buckle sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms, and her banner was sponsored by DeKalb Feeds. Dropping into contention for reserve is Bryn Young.
Well, we set the reserve cross Barry in here, and again, I think he fits right into the mold of design and feature, and kind of like we talked about. And again, I think they can make a case for any one of the three, and one I'm going to go to. And again, I guess I never dreamed I was going to catch one of these down here from one that I love the build. And quite honestly, I got to tell a little bit of a story on myself because I think I saw this little bear at the Junior Nationals, and I made a comment to somebody that this was going to be a state fair kind of one that's going to be tough to turn by the time he hits there, and didn't know I'd see him in this particular county in here. I really like him the next best out here. Chester Bear is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Getting a top 5 bet.
Congratulations, your reserve overall market hog was exhibited by Peyton Ford. Her banner was sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Dropping into contention for your top 5 is Preston Ford.
As we get out here for our third out, and again, I like this one a lot. I like that division extremely well, and it's probably just change him just a little bit from a length of rump and length of stifle just a little. He gets just a nickel round, and I think he pushes on the white one, and that's kind of the difference that I had between the two. And as I went measured that up, but to be honest with you, I didn't know if I'd ever separate these two as we worked our way through. But I think he's the next best one. Young lady's bear right here will be third out. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, your third overall market hog was exhibited by Bryn Young. Her banner was sponsored by Brian and Shannon Griner family.
As we get out here for fourth out, and again, I think as we kind of talked about them in division and talking about the subtle difference, I think the advantage our fourth out's got is just the extra squareness that she's got when you get up on the top side of her body and the big old square kind of upper hip and rump. The gilt over here will be the fourth out, I guess. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your fourth overall market hog was exhibited by Peyton Davis. Her banner is sponsored by Giro Genetics.
As we go out for our fifth out, and again on a very, very competitive hog show, again, power and shape and muscle. I called him in division just a little bit round, but I think he, again, is the next best that totals up with power and shape. Young lady's homegrown cross over here will be the next one. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, your fifth overall market hog was exhibited by Riley Lai. Her banner was sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. Now entering the ring is our first class of our breeding show. This is purebred breeding hog Durocs.
We just got the one class at Durocs, and again, probably a little bit of differences in some shapes and kinds as we get out here. I'm going to use the young man here to my left to lead off this particular class. I think for me, just assembles enough body and rib. I think everything proportionally stays really right from the standpoint of her base width, and still has enough body and rib, and everything kind of skeletal-wise kind of stays together, I think, fairly well. I think then it gives a little more give and take. I'm going to keep them all in the purple group. I think there's some subtle things that change just a little bit. I'm going to use the young man's that's going across over for a reserve Duroc. And again, I think there's just more turn to her center body and rib. And I think as you watch and you study out here, I do like the flexibility of this third place gilt going out. I get up over the top of her. She's a little plainer in her build. If we give her just a little more outer turn to that cage, that gilt could probably move herself and kind of push on these others just a little bit. or gilt that goes in fourth, a little quicker, a little shorter in her rib cage as you watch her, and she is a little plainer up on the top side when we start studying hers. So let's give these kids again a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt class Durocs. Receiving purple ribbons, Cash Cole, Emma Cole, Lane Norman, and Parker Shalla. Now entering the ring is your purebred breeding gilt spot class. In the ring right now, we do have another senior member. You may not notice because he's wearing an FFA shirt, but we do have Gavin Griner. So let's give him a round of applause, another senior member we have out there showing.
As we get out here, let's give our spot kids here a real nice round of applause. I think a very, very good class. Offer lots of differences when we get out here. And again, I think pretty close and a little more give and take, I think. And I guess the one I'm going to land on in here, and I keep telling myself, does she have quite enough from behind? I think she does. She's the tallest fronted, stoutest feature one. Young ladies guild that's going out here is going to win this particular class. I think one that's got enough stoutness of feature and design, and I'd like to open her up just a little bit off both ends. And the gilt I'm going to go in the reserve spot side of it is a young lady over there by Brian that's coming around. I think that one's rib and body and shape is just a nickel better, but she wants to run downhill. She's a little shorter out of her hip and rump for me to get around the gilt over there. And, of course, I kind of roll back into what's going to be the easiest thing to fix and work on, and I think that gilt that we lead off with in here is going to be the one that we could probably work the furthest off of as we work through. The big, tall young man across here is going to be my third out. I think one there, again, that's really cracked open. She's got lots of shape, a lot of muscularity, just a little bit tight when we get this gilt out here in motion. Loosen her up just a nickel as we watch her kind of roll on. Our fourth out that would come out here is going to be the young man with V312. A gilt that's built a lot like her with shape and body and muscularity. Like that gilt, I think, a lot. We work our way through. Our gilt that goes in the fifth spots, the young lady right here in front of me, the gilt that's kind of posted up and not wanting to go. This gilt gets a little shorter in her makeup and her front end. It gets a little shorter out of her hip and rump design. She'll be the start of that particular blue group as we watch her work out. And then our gilt that's got a little smaller vulva working her way over here. It'll be our next gilt. They'll end up being sixth out. Really long front. It kind of got a neat kind of a look. I'd like to power her up. And a little gilt that gets a little tighter in her feature down here. It'll finish up our class. It just needs to be loosened up. Plenty of product and shape. So let's give these kids, again, a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt spot class. Receiving purple ribbons, Greta Searin, Charlotte Searin, and Gavin Greiner. Receiving blue, Emma Cole, Callie Brink, Corbin Vasquez, and Madison Gent. Now entering the ring is your purebred breeding gilt Yorkshire class.
We get into our Yorkshire class, and again, not a set of gilts out here. I think as you kind of study, you work your way through them. The gilt that's coming across the middle of the ring, really a nice place to get started. This gilt here, again, manages, it got range of motion as you watch her out here and go across the ring, and she's tall fronted, got tremendous amount of still design and extra turn to her cage and turn when she get out through her hip and rump, and muscle that she has, and plenty of it. It doesn't restrict her by no shape or of the imagination, and I think does that very well. I might go in reserve or the second spot, young lady right here in front of me. I think then there's a little more give and take. I think this one's outer turn to her body and shape and muscularity, I think, is really good. Need to loosen her gilt up in the hock just a little bit, and maybe just a slight thought that maybe I'd take this gilt that's on the over there with them into that second spot, but I don't know if there's just enough to her. But I think she kind of falls into the purple group, I think, from a standpoint of her design and mold from the side, just doesn't have near the substance. And the gilt we're going to finish up the drive out here. A lot of product, a lot of shape in her. Got to change her out of her hock and rear leg also. A little drier in her flank, a little drier on the top side of her body and stuff. And so maybe little things we'd want to change. So let's give these kids a real nice round of applause.
Hey, nice job, bud.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt class Yorkshires. Receiving purple, Hayden Jandacek, Preston Ford, Jenna Waters, and receiving a blue, Layson Muntz. Now entering the ring, purebred breeding gilt, all other breeds.
Really a nice class again. What we're representing three of our breeds, the Hampshires, the Birch, and the Chesters. And again, I think as you kind of watch these out here, and again, I think they kind of fall together, I think, fairly logically as you work out here. The Chester gilt over there, again, as you study feet and legs and angles, I think that one there hits the ground and does it and puts it with some substance, some power, and maintains an extra width and shape and turn to her body to have lots of longevity and do that, I think, fairly well. The Berkshire's going to follow. Again, I think, again, from the standpoint of just feature, foot, and bone and design, I think that one, again, logically kind of falls in there, the way she kind of rolls together with her body and shape. Hampshire gilt gets her along real good on feet and legs down there. We're going to put her in the blue group. I think, again, don't have maybe quite the flesh, the body, or the rib, or the feature these other two gilts have got, but I think it's still a real good, solid kind of a project gilt for him. Let's give these kids, again, a real nice round of applause. They're putting them on up.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt, all other breeds. Receiving purple ribbons, Bryn Young, Hayden Norman, and receiving a blue, Nicholas Peck. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve purebred breeding gilt.
As we get out here for our gilts on the pure side, our champion and reserve, and pick our top 5. And again, we got gilts representing their breeds, I think, really well as we get out here. I do think there's one gilt that represents that breed, I think, extremely well. The way this one moves and floats across the ring, the way it sits and goes both ways, coming and going. Everything stays in really nice lines when it hits the ground. There's no deviation. Really powerful when she comes right directly at you. She leaves with a lot of extra power and shape from behind. Extra good in her length and hip and rump. I'm excited to see one Bill again lock this one out here. Chester Gill out of AOB will be champion. Congratulations. As we get out here for reserve, and again, I think follows, I think, fairly close. I changed this gilt just a nickel in her rump and the way that thing's kind of conformed, but I think she's the next best one there from a standpoint, again, feature, feet, and legs, and the way she gets around. Yorkshire gilt over here will be reserved. Congratulations. As we get out for third out, and I think it becomes a little more close and maybe just a little more subjective of how you want to total them up. And I guess probably the one for me, the next best, just in body and rib, and I think maybe just a little more show ring savvy already, I think, from the standpoint of ready for the county fair and ready to go. Young man's Duroc Gill will be third out. Let's give him a real nice round of applause. Nice job. As we go for fourth out, and again, probably just my breeding brain telling me that this one has some neat parts, and I think she does. I think she's tall fronted, she's really heavy boned, stout featured, real good on her feet and legs. We just need to take a board to her. It's got a little more expansion. I think have the next generation pretty nice. Spot gilt will be our next out. Congratulations, young lady. And for fifth out, and I think close, and again, I think it was, these gilts were very similar, I think, in a little bit of their mold and kind. This one for the next best one here from base width and feature. Again, I talk about just her hip and rear leg, just a little bit of level or square, just a hair, but I think she's the next best one. Our spot gilt will be fifth out. Congratulations, young lady.
Results from your top 5 purebred breeding gilts. Your champion, first of all, they all get cash awards, which those are sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead and JBS and Tad to Brockhorst. Your champion went to Bryn Young. Her banner is sponsored by Waldridge Farms. Your reserve went to Preston Ford. His banner is also sponsored by Waldridge Farms. Third overall went to Parker Shalla. Fourth overall went to Charlotte Siren, and fifth overall went to Greta Siren. Now entering the ring is your first class of your commercial breeding gilts.
I went ahead and pulled 5 in our purple group that are over there in the holding area in no certain order. I just got them sitting over there at this point, and we'll rework through them here as we get some more of the purples out of the other classes, and 3 really nice gilts. We're going to end up going into the blue group here, but I think, again, design and mold is really good. I think the kids have got them things kind of managed. We don't have quite the extra stoutness to feature, or maybe quite the angles. We got a real good blue gilt there over there on the far side. I'd like to stouten her up, put her on just a little stouter feature, and go away with a little more just extra length of stride as we get out there. A little rounder blue gilt that's working out of the ring, and the gilt that we got kind of to my right over here, a little plainer in her build, not quite the outer turn to her cage and body, and a little quicker out through the front end, but still very, very good, high quality, is still running that blue ribbon group, doing a nice job. So give these kids a real nice round of applause, and we'll work through your last commercial gilt class.
Results from your first class of commercial breeding gilts. Receiving purple ribbons, Peyton Ford, Lane Norman, Brennan McGuire, Layson Muntz, and Mason Shalla. Receiving blues, Hayden Norman, Isaac Striegel, and Caleb Vasquez. Now in the ring is your second class of commercial breeding gilts. This is our final class of commercial breeding gilts. Following that, we'll be selecting a top 5 commercial breeding gilts.
Really a nice set of gilts here to kind of finish up the gilt show. And again, there's gilts out here that are laying in position out here. I've put 5 away that we're going to rework with the other 5. And again, I think quality's close. I think there's some of these gilts that are real close to come working in as you kind of watch and study them. The white, the gilt going out with the spots on her, the belted kind of gilt. And again, she was close for me to pull. And again, for me, I'd freshen her just a little bit and stouten her features up just a little bit in her muscle and stouten her foot and bow work and try to clean the lower third, maybe just a nickel out of her gilt, that one last gilt that kind of come in the ring, another gilt that's got a lot of power and shape and just got to settle her back in her blade and her feature. Young man's gilt that's coming across here is a little harder bodied, get up on the top side of her that she wants to kind of push and get outside of herself. Gilt I've got here's a little rounder in her build, wants to run downhill, just a nickel, but plenty of shape, rib and body kind of working on. We've got another gilt there on the far side that kind of gets to working outside themselves just a little bit, and a gilt here along the ring here that's going to finish up. I think, again, a little flatter in her rib and body, and again, not quite as coordinated like we'd like off that hip and rear leg. These will go into our blue group. So let's give all these young people a real nice round of applause as they're going on back.
Results from your Class 2 commercial gilts. Receiving purple ribbons, we have Bristol Young, Mason Shalla, Jovi Evans, Emma Cole, and Charlotte Siren. Receiving blue, we have Callie Brink, Elise Hoyle, Georgia Evans, Haley Brunn, Chase Brunn, and Jenna Waters. Now we will be selecting your top 5 commercial breeding gilts.
Attention line. This is your second call for your top 5 purebred breeding yolks. Top 5 purebred breeding yolks running back to the ring.
Really a nice set of gilts out here, all the top 10. Let's give all these kids out here a real nice round of applause. Tremendous commercial gilt show. And again, I think very close. And again, I think you can kind of put your hat on several different ones and different breeding programs. And again, I'm out here to kind of set and kind of total up the things that I see. And the one I'm going to go ahead and use, and again, I think just stoutness of feature. She has the ability to range of motion. She's a little taller fronted. She's really good on her bone work. Probably the only thing that I question just a little bit is where she is just maturity-wise. I think she's probably a nickel more mature than maybe I would prefer, but that's what's allowing her to have all that extra feature and the look that she's got. Love the power, the volume, the way she stays assembled in motion. Young man's gilt right over here will be champion. Let's give him a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. I think reserve spot, and again, I think it becomes a little bit closer, and again, it's one of those that design and mold and flexibility and the way they stay together out here in motion. I'm going to use the one out here that probably does that for me just as well. This is a little one, but I think a really good little one out here. The white-blue gilt will be reserved. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations. I like the Builded Gilt here to go third, and I think these three kind of separate as you kind of watch them out here. I think shape and design and mold is really good. I don't know if the old gilt's gotten sunburned or a little staph infection. She's wanting to get just a nickel easy right in that spot of her back, and I don't know if she'll bring it and spring that back up. She does that. That's a spot I'd pick on her just a little bit, but that's a really good gilt. I wouldn't argue with you a lot from 1 to 3 as you kind of line them up. I think it's very, very good kind of gilts. As we finish up in 4th, 5th, 6th, and working our way down this 4th place gilt, for me, just feet and leg-wise stays together, I think, really well. There's a lot of power. There's a lot of shape. There's a lot of muscle still working with some kind of body, but still maintains it from a flexibility standpoint. Gets out hustled maybe just a little bit. When we start talking about right out through the front, it gets a little bit rounded in her build. Young man, for me, this particular gilt, again, good designs, good on her feet and legs. She goes a little squarer and a little truer behind is why I jumped her up one spot. Our 6th place gilt, probably a little fresher bodied and maybe just a little stouter for the front 2/3. I want to change that one out of that hip and rear leg, make that one go just a little bit better. I think this one's a little steadier and firmer than the one I got out of 7th. Like I told this young lady, the 7th place gilt, she makes the top 2 or 3, quite honestly. She has a left rear that's giving her some trouble that I'm sure got into mine as she went into heavier weights, because this one here, picture-wise, you take a picture of one that's really, really good, get behind her, just got to fix her there and kind of change it up. A couple 3 that are really heavier muscle gilts that start to pushing the outside edges just a little bit. You can kind of see where they sit the ground and the way they plant and deviate there at the pastern. A lot of muscle, a lot of shape, kind of working in this gilt. Change her just a little bit in her hip loin. Same comes with the next one here. It's a little finer featured. She wants to run downhill just a little bit, but still good high-quality gilt. Our 10th place gilt that comes out here again probably wants to stab and hit the ground just a little bit as she comes and goes off both ends. Stop, set her up. No, she's tall-fronted, good-looking, good built. We just got to get her to go just a nickel better. So good class. Congratulations to all.
Your results for your top 5 commercial breeding gilts. All 5 will be receiving cash prizes. Those are donated by Tad to Brockhorse, Brenning Genetics, and Birdo Farms. Your champion went to Mason Shalla. His banner is sponsored by Feed Energy Company. Your reserve went to Peyton Ford. Her banner is sponsored by Ed and Karen Cabot. 3rd overall went to Mason Shalla. 4th overall went to Brennan McGuire. And 5th overall went to Layson Muntz. We will now be selecting your top 5 overall breeding gilts. In contention, we have Mason Shallow with your crossbred commercial breeding gilt and Bryn Young with your purebred breeding gilt. Your champion overall breeding gilt will receive a banner sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. They will also receive a belt buckle sponsored by First Take Genetics. Your reserve will receive a banner sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. Your 3rd overall will receive a banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. Your 4th overall will receive a banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. And your 5th overall will receive a banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms.
Really a nice set of gilts and a gilt show out here. If you would, please give these young people a real nice round of applause. Incredible set of gilts. The quality's strong, and again, like I talked about earlier, I think I expected nothing less, other than I didn't quite expect to see a set of the Chesters come rolling in quite like this set as we've got down here also that are fighting and contending with our crosses out here. Again, I think the quality, is extremely good. I think, again, one of the things that kind of wrap through your mind, I think, as you kind of watch both of these out here, the breeding value, I think what they can offer, the offspring and the genetics that they've got for the future out here. For me, I guess probably the one that that stays assembled, I think, so well when you watch her out here in motion. I think everything stays in design and mold, extra powerful. I think in her feature, and then both of them bring some wow factor. She just hits me with just a nickel more wow factor. The cross over there will be champion. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations, your overall breeding gilt champion went to Mason Shalla. Coming into contention for reserve, we have Peyton Ford.
As I get out here for reserve, and again, never know, expect what's going to come rolling through next, but I think this one, again, it's got some wow factor to her. Again, shape muscle. I'd love to have that one in my breeding herd at home. Also, I think that one's a special type of gilt. This Chester here with the pure will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your reserve went to Bryn Young. Coming into contention, we have Preston Ford.
as we get out here for third out. And again, I think pretty close, but I guess as I kind of watch them, and again, from the future, the way the hip and the rump and rear leg in motion, still stout enough and powerful in her look, I'm going to use the cross over here for third out. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Peyton Ford. Coming into contention is Mason Shalla.
As our other cross comes rolling out here against our Yorkshire Gilt, and again, really powerful division. Again, I think both of these, are extra special. Again, I think just extra stoutness of feature, base width, and when she comes right at you, just extra good from the design. The cross down there will be our next one out. Let's give her a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Nice job. You bet.
Congratulations to Mason Shalla on his 4th overall breeding gilt. Coming into contention, we have Brennan McGuire.
And again, I think pretty close. And again, I think as we kind of study them, maybe just a little more give and take. But from the design, the mold, when we get off to the side, just love the angles that this one kind of goes. The Yorkshire Gilt will be our 5th out. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your 5th overall breeding gilt went to Preston Ford. I forgot to mention Mason Shalla's overall breeding gilt will be representing the Washington County Fair at the Southeast Iowa Showdown. Congratulations to all of our breeding gilt exhibitors.
First call, Swine 23. First call, Swine 23.
wanted to briefly talk about the Swine Premium Fund and our sponsors. As you see on the banner behind me, or in front of me, we have the Kyoto Veterinary Clinic. We thank them, Hills Bank, and CBI Bank and Trust for their gift of $1,000 to $2,500. We have Purple Ribbon sponsors, Wellman Produce, Liberty Savings Bank, PSI, KD Sales and Equipment, QC Supply, Griner Crop Services, Searon Swine Farm, Corey Griner, and you can read the rest of them up there. We really, really appreciate it. These are people that we went out in the community, and because our hogs don't go through the auction, we asked these companies if they would come through and give us money that we would donate to each of the kids. And I believe the first year we had over $12,000. And so this is not, chump change. And we had 66 exhibitors that got over $200 each. And these are businesses that work with farmers, hog farmers all across the county. And we really, really, really appreciate their donations, because every single kid here today will get a part of that pot of all the money that all these people donate. So if you ever see these or whatever, tell them thank you for your donation, especially kids that are getting this money, because this is quite a feat for them to do it. Our first year, like I said, we got over $12,000. I don't know where we're at today. I think are we at least 10? Yeah, at least 10 or more. And this fund has continued to go every year. And we really, really appreciate the sponsors. And I think we should give a hand clap to all the sponsors that donated to all these kids right now. Thank you.
All right, while Al's sorting through these pen of threes, let's give Al Schminke one more round of applause for everything he's done for us today and working with our youth.
Let's give our kids out here another real nice round of applause out here as they're working through in our pens of threes. We've just got one class of them, and again, I think it's kind of fun to work through. And of course, not all the county fairs have continued this particular procedure or class, and it's kind of nice. It gives a chance to the kids are trying to put a project together that's uniform, consistent, as we try to put these ones together. And I think this group right here probably does it the best for me in this group. You can see those hogs are good on their feet and legs. They've got muscularity. They've got some shape. I think they're going to go to the rail. I think going to measure fairly close on fat depth, loin eye size. There'll be a little differences on weight over there. We've got one just a nickel lighter, but I think from the standpoint of shapes and kinds, I think pretty good. Let's give them young ladies over there a real nice round of applause on their champion pen of three. As we get in here for reserve pen of three, 7 and 8 coming out are going to be my next set. And again, I think as you look at them as they roll out here, have a little bit of light differences. There's one of them bears in there that probably doesn't have quite the dimensional shape, but structural build, I think they're fairly similar from the standpoint of their type and kind. But it's, again, their feet and legs, I think just as you total up the strengths of this particular group, I think they ease up there towards the top end. Let's give these young ladies here a real nice round of applause on their reserve pen of three. And as we work for third spot, be the ones in 3 and 4, they will be our next ones to come out. And again, we start seeing maybe just a little more deviation in uniformity out here. The two crosses out here you can see demonstrate a little more muscular shape. The spot's still lean enough, not quite the natural thickness that we've got in some of the others, but this will be our third place group. Let's give this young man here a real nice round of applause. I know he's been showing in all the classes, all the breeds, all the crosses, working hard all day long. As we come out for fourth is 9 and 10, and again, a little more body, a little more rib, and still got some structure, and still got a lot of shape and muscle. They're probably not going to be the leanest cutting ones in this particular group. I think they got just a little more condition working on them. But they do look like they've been high performing for the young lady. Look like they've grown well. Look like they've been easy keepers. Just not demonstrate maybe quite as much shape and muscle. Change feet and legs just a little bit. And a good production set of pigs that are coming out there that are going to finish up our drive. And again, I think are good quality hogs. They're going to cut fairly uniform. We just want to fix feet and legs from a standpoint of shape and muscles a little bit. They're not quite as stout in their bone work. But again, young ladies working hard, participating, and working hard in here. So I thank you for allowing me to come down and judge the show. Give this young lady a real nice round of applause, and we're going to finish up the swine show, I believe.
Congratulations, your results from your pen of three. All 5 of those exhibitors are receiving cash awards donated by Vidito Insurance in memory of John E. Young, Mose Levy Inc., Livestock Equipment Sales, Riverside Grain and Feed. Your champion was Madison Gent. Her banner was sponsored by Nick and Jamie Shalla. Reserve was shown by Greta Siren. Her banner was sponsored by Fred Greiner, Pioneer Seeds. Third went to Isaac Striegel. Fourth went to Elisa Hoyle. And fifth went to Isabel Reed.
I want to give one big out thank you for my cohort here, Bruce Kaufman, the superintendent. Got to thank our staff that helped us today. Jamie Sarin, Tim Merrick, especially Jason Anderson, who's done a lot of work on getting the barns ready and helping me out while we were gone. Our staff up here on the board, Shauna Sarin, Elsa Schmidt, and Zach Jameson, along with Mr. Ross over there, and Miranda. Casey Peck, she's also on our committee. Let's give these people a round of applause. And I'd also like to thank Hunter and Taylor from Need Eat Solutions who ran the end gate for us. Thank you very much for joining us today and helping out. Very much appreciated. At this time, I'm going to turn the mic over to Miss Elsa Schmidt, We're having a new project this year that's been putting on by Miss Ellie Anderson and Dakota Longvine's kind of spearheaded this with the Bacon Buddies program through the Iowa pork producers. And now we'll turn the mic over to Elsa and let her go from there. Thank you.
So welcome everyone to the 2023 Washington County Bacon Buddies Pig Show. The Bacon Buddies program is a partnership between the Washington County Special Olympics and the Washington County Pork Producers, where participants are given an opportunity they will not forget. One of the 6 We Care ethical principles that guides pig farmers across Iowa and the country is contributing to a better way of life in their communities. This principle rings true for farmers large and small across Iowa. Bacon Buddies is a great way for young individuals to get involved in their community with the help of our Washington County pork producers. The Bacon Buddies program pairs 4-H and FFA members with an exhibitor from our Special Olympics to show a pig. The goal of this event is to give the participating exhibitor an opportunity they would otherwise not have. Bacon Buddies also aims to create friendships between 4-H and FFA youth and Special Olympic athletes. I would now like to introduce Aaron Brenneman, a pork industry representative.
Hi guys, thank you so much. I'm going to read off a script. It's a little embarrassing. I normally have some pictures, but I want to keep my mind on its rails here. I don't want to mess this up. So thank you all for inviting me to share a little bit about during this amazing event. My name's Aaron Brenneman. I work as a part of the team on our family farm, Brenneman Pork. That's a pig farm in this community. Our firm is passionate about sharing what we do with anyone and everyone and helping bring youth back into agriculture through opportunities on our farm. I also serve on the board of the Washington County Pork Producers, and I'm active in promotion and lots of discussion. I have 2 boys that show pigs here through 4-H and countless other kids that I consider my own through this crazy week of county fair that we all love and go through together. And if you know, and your parents here, you know what that feels like. They asked me to speak on pigs and their impact in this community. Obviously, our sheer numbers come to mind. Washington County clocks in with just over 1 million pigs on feed at any given point in time. That brings us to the most pig-populated county in Iowa and one of the top 3 populated counties in the nation for pigs. But if you look past those numbers, what you're going to find is the real heartbeat of the story and the biggest thing that came to my mind, the people behind all of it. Most of you know the feelings and the sense of community that I'm talking about from being part of it. Or for those who don't, I'd love nothing more than to showcase that for you. And to do that, from my perspective, I'd have to quickly touch on my past. I didn't always live on a farm. I wasn't brought up loading pigs, working in the barns, and bickering with family members over the best way to move a gilt up a hallway. If you know, you know. I grew up as far from it as you can get, being raised in LaGrange Park, Illinois. That's a southwest suburb of Chicago. I was involved in a horseback riding lesson program in the city, and that led me towards Iowa State University, and I graduated with an animal science degree. But most importantly, I met my husband, Tim. He wanted me to cut that part out, but there he is back there, guys. We got married in 2004. I moved back here to Washington County to farm with his family. My parents, being full-born and raised in Chicago as well, thought I was crazy. After all, I had only ever even heard of pigs. I never once touched one, let alone raised one. For 20 years, I thought food came from a grocery store. And I never gave a second thought to the farmers that raised it until I became one myself. I became obsessed with learning and sharing the daily antics of our lives as pig farmers. I wanted to learn it all. To be honest, I felt silly. I lived my whole life up until this point not giving any credit and praise to American agriculture and the amazing families that were a part of it, as food seemingly just appeared on my plate for so long. Being a silly little city girl, I could have easily been ignored or mocked in the pig farming community for putting myself out there and our farm out there on display, but I wasn't. This community is like a family.
and they welcomed me and my perspectives with open arms and support all along the way. Many of you are standing here today, and for that I am very thankful. It's a huge testament to just how important it is that these pigs, just how important that these pigs all are to this community and our family. It can be argued that pigs in Washington County is a key factor of what keeps youth coming back here to be a part of agriculture, growing their own families, filling the schools, and filling the barns right here at the county fair. I always tell groups of youth that come and tour our farm, there's so many jobs on our pig farm that we need every day, they might never see a pig. Electricians, plumbers, truck drivers, IT, human resources, data entry, countless more. The wonderful people of the farm and of this community are whom we are forever the most grateful for. I'd like to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to share, and I hope you guys have a wonderful time with this amazing event. Thank you so much.
At this point, we are going to take a short break, though, because we need some time for our mentees and mentors to get to know their pigs and get to know each other a little bit better. So we are going to start the show with the first class at 2:20.
Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today. Knock one out of the park with KCTC's Arlo security cameras. Strike out intruders by receiving instant alerts when Arlo detects motion or sound. View live video and playback recorded footage from anywhere. Packages start at $14.95 a month with no upfront camera cost. We install your cameras and provide 24/7 support. It's time to play ball and contact KCTC today.
So we're going to get started with our show today. We're going to have 2 classes for this show. There will be 4 in the first group and 5 in the second group. And we will have a Special Olympics exhibitor accompanied by 4-H and FFA youth mentors. I would also like to introduce you to our judges today. We have AJ and Kim Lewis. AJ and Kim live in Center Point, Iowa, where they farm row crops. They also own Lewis Genetics and raise purebred and crossbred show pigs. They also operate a boar stud. Kim works for Cargill selling Sun Glow show feed. They have 3 kids, Kaylee, Briley, and Colton, who love to participate in all aspects of the farm. We are now going to get started with our first class. Coming into the ring first, we have Ron Canny, Georgia Evans, and Tate Bombi. Ron is a graduate of, oh wait, we have a change in our order here, hold on. Make a change. All right, we have a change here. Coming into the ring first, we have Scott Young, who is with, with Peyton Brunn and Alexa Hewer. Scott enjoys anything minions or animals, playing outside, and wrestling. He is being mentored by Peyton and Alexa. Next, coming into the ring, we have Ron Canny, who is with Georgia Evans and Tate Bombi. Ron is a graduate of Washington High School and is being mentored today by 2 4-H exhibitors, Georgia and Tate. Let's give them a round of applause. So next we have Megan Butler, who is with Haley Bruns and Emma Cole. Megan likes to do puzzles, be outside, work, and hang out with her family. Megan is being mentored by Haley and Emma. Let's give Megan a round of applause. Coming in next is Landon Hagens and Peyton and Preston Ford. Landon enjoys playing kickball, video games, and going swimming in his free time. Today he's being mentored by Peyton and Preston. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, well, thank you for everybody that is attending this ringside to cheer on our young exhibitors. We're going to go ahead and introduce some of them and get to know them a little bit better. So, what is your name?
Ron Canny.
Is this your first time showing a pig?
Yes.
So, what has been the most fun so far today?
Showing the pig.
Did you learn anything back in the barn?
My pig's name's Elsa, and that's from Frozen.
Okay, I like it. Perfect. And who is your helpers with you today?
Tate Bombi.
Okay. And what's your name?
Georgia Evans.
Georgia and Tate. So why did you guys decide that you wanted to do this?
Just an opportunity to make people to be able to make this industry bigger and have an opportunity to do stuff that they may not be able to do sometimes.
Okay, perfect. Oh, the pig's escaping. We're going to bring the pig back. Is there anything else you'd like to say or anyone you'd like to say hi to?
I'd like to say hi to Tammy Burnagame, Carly Burnagame, and Sydney Clark.
Okay, well, let's give them a round of applause. What is your name?
Megan Butler.
Megan, so what has been the most fun about showing a pig so far?
They think I'm professional.
So are you having fun?
Yes.
And what did you learn back in the barn?
That they like to be petted and getting wet.
Okay. And who are your helpers with you? Let's see. What's your guys' name?
I'm Haley. And I'm Emma.
And are you guys having fun doing this? The pig is digging to China, it looks like right now. Is there anything else you'd like to say or anyone you'd like to say hi to?
No.
Okay, well, let's give her a round of applause. I want to ask you a few questions. What's your name? Are you having fun? Having fun, perfect. Did you learn anything back in the barn? Anything that you want to tell us? No? Okay. And your helpers, who do we have with your helpers today?
My name is Preston Ford.
And what's your sister's name?
Peyton Ford.
Perfect. Is there anybody that you want to say hi to? Okay.
Mom?
His mom. Awesome. Let's give him a round of applause. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Here we go. Can I ask you just a few questions?
Whoa! Whoa!
He's taking over the show.
Ah!
Scott. What's your pig's name?
Ah!
Scott. This is Scott. And his pig's name is Steve. Steve, okay, got it.
Ah!
Good job, buddy. He's having a blast. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, let's have everybody make one more lap with your pig all the way around so everybody, family, can get pictures. And then I think there's some awards for the class. Okay. We may or may not have a water fight. Good job. So proud of you.
Ah!
Good job, buddy. Hey, great job. Great job. Great job. You want to say something? Okay.
Mommy, we're home. Pee, that's fine. Pee, pee.
Good job. Great job.
Let's give one more round of applause for Ron, Landon, Megan, and Scott as they leave the ring today. That concludes our first class of Washington County Bacon Buddies. We will be taking a group photo at the end, so make sure that our mentors and mentees and participants today stick around because we do want to get a large group photo at the conclusion of the show. So coming into the ring for our second class, we have Riley Casper, is being mentored by Jack Greiner and Tessa Bombi. In Riley's free time, he enjoys archery, hunting, and family and friends. Riley is being mentored by Jack and Tessa. Let's give Riley a round of applause. Next, we have Kayla Tennis, Jenna Waters, and Emma Greiner. Kayla likes to eat out, hang out with her friends, family, and her cat. She is being mentored today by Jenna and Emma. Let's give Kayla a round of applause. The large group photo today will be taken in the show ring at the conclusion of the show. Next, we'll have Dustin Sarin, Bryn Young, Hallie Heisdorfer, and Courtney Kalupa coming into the ring. Dustin likes to watch movies, go out to eat, anything sports related, and be with his family in his free time. Today, Bryn and Hallie and Courtney are the mentors. Let's give Dustin a round of applause. We now have Jeff Sanders, Mariah Crone, and Callie Huber and Jovi Evans. Jeff enjoys eating out, going shopping, and being with his family. He is being mentored today by Mariah, Callie, and Jovi. Let's give a round of applause for Jeff Sanders. And lastly, we have Josh Potraz, Isaac Striegel, and Brennan McGuire. Josh likes to ride his bike, visit with friends, eat out, and being around dogs. Today, he is being mentored by Isaac and Brennan. Let's welcome Josh to the ring.
Okay, let's get to know these buddies a little bit more. So, can I ask you a few questions? What is your name?
Dev.
Okay, and is this your first time showing a pig?
Yeah.
Okay, and are you having fun?
Yeah.
So you were back in the barn, like learning some things from the girls. So what did you learn back there?
The pig.
It's a good pig?
Yeah.
Okay, good. What has been the funnest part of this? What do you like the most?
Yeah.
Brushing.
Yeah.
Brushing the pig. You liked brushing the pig the most. Okay.
Right.
And spraying it. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's. What is your name?
My name is Jovi Evans.
Callie Huber. Mariah Crone. Okay. Well, thank you, girls, for helping him out. Is there anybody that you want to say hi to, or anything you want to say? Oh, you got a look at he's got a cheering section over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Well, you keep showing. You're doing a great job. Okay, keep it up. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay. Can we ask you just a couple questions? What is your name?
Josh.
Josh, and so you were back in the back working with your buddies learning about pigs. Is this your first time showing a pig?
Yes.
And what did you have fun back there?
Yes.
What did you learn? Anything? Anything new?
Yes.
Did you learn how to brush them?
Yes.
And let's meet your buddies.
Isaac Striegel.
Okay.
Brian McGuire.
Okay. Is there anybody that you want to say hi to in the crowd?
My mom.
Perfect. Let's give him a round of applause. So walking over to the next buddy, I would like to just take up 1 second to thank the people that put this on. They've done a great job. It's super organized, and it's just such a fun thing to see, right, for all the youth on both sides of it. So great job to Ellie and Dakota that put the event on, and many others that I may not be including. But let's give them a round of applause also. Okay, your turn. So what's your name?
Riley.
Riley. And is this your first time showing a pig?
Yes.
So you were back in the barn, you were like learning some stuff. What was your favorite part, or what'd you learn?
Everything.
Everything, yes. So they taught you a lot.
Yes.
And let's meet your buddy. What's your name?
Jack Griner.
Tessa Bombi. Tessa Bombi.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you guys for working with them. Is there anything you want to say, or anybody you want to say hi to?
I want to thank the WCDC staff for doing this with us.
Great, let's give them a round of applause. Keep showing, you're doing a great job. Hi. Can we ask you a few questions? Okay, what's your name?
Dustin Theory.
Okay, and is this your first time showing a pig?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and so you were back in the barn, like they were teaching you some stuff, or you were learning about it. What was your favorite thing back there?
We brushed the top and the side, and we ate the marshmallow.
So you ate the marshmallows, or the pig ate the marshmallows? Or both? The pig ate the marshmallows. I get it. I would like sneak a couple. Oh, there you go. This one's got special treats right here. Let's watch this. Okay. Woo! Good job! Let's meet your buddies. Okay, what's your name?
Courtney. Hallie. Bryn Young.
Oh, yes, the pig really likes you. So is there anything else you want to say, or anybody you want to say hi to?
I want to say hi everyone here.
Okay, great job. I feel like there's a judging in his future. He was describing terms like the top, right, already. So great job. Good job. Let's give him a round of applause. You can go ahead and keep showing. Okay. Could I ask you just a few questions? Okay, what is your name?
Kayla Tennis.
Kayla, and are you having fun doing this?
Yes, I am.
So you were back in the barn. They were teaching you things, right? So what did you learn?
Maverick. His name is Maverick. He weighs 250 and he eats corn.
I like it. Okay. And then did you learn, like, do they brush them? Do they spray them? What do they do?
They did both. Yeah. And I laid on him. I laid my head on it like a pillow.
Oh, cuddling. They're very good cuddlers. Yes. Okay. Let's meet your buddies quick. What's your guys' names?
Emma Griner. Jenna Waters.
Okay, well, thank you for doing this. Is there anything else you want to say, or anybody you want to say hi to?
Go Cyclones.
Oh, woo! Go State! I think you're in good company there. Anybody you want to say hi to that helped you?
Everybody that came to see me.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. You can keep showing. Okay, you guys can go ahead and make one more lap around. Everybody's done a great job. And I think they've got a prize for you as you exit your final lap. Let's give them one big round of applause. Good job, guys.
We do have a special individual who is helping us hand out our awards today. We have Kinsey Hora, Miss Agriculture, who's helping us with that part. So we're going to, let's give one more round of applause for Riley, Kayla, Dustin, Jeff, and Josh as they leave the ring today. We do want to say thank you to everyone for attending our show today. What a great opportunity for Special Olympic participants, and what an excellent way for our next generation of pig farmers to live the We Care ethical principles of contributing to a better way of life in our community. We do want to end our show today with a huge thank you to everyone who made this event possible. To our Special Olympic athletes and 4-H and FFA youth mentors, we are thrilled to give you this unforgettable opportunity, and thank you for your time and effort. To all the volunteers who devoted their time, we cannot say thank you enough for your commitment to this event. So I would like to say thank you to Ellie and Dakota for organizing this event. I would also like to say thank you to our sponsors, the Washington County Pork Producers, Kelowna Realty, Kent Feeds, Wayland State Bank, and our Washington County Fair Board. You allowed the Washington County Bacon Buddies to be possible. Thank you for coming and supporting our event, and we hope you have a wonderful afternoon at the Washington County Fair. Let's give these exhibitors and helpers one more great round of applause. We do need for all of our participants to come out into the ring so we can get a photo, please. If we can have all of our participants come back out into the show ring so we can get a photo. We need the mentors, we need the mentees, we need all participants today.